grab your ticket to this amazing social entrepreneurship for economic empowerment event. Our summit sponsors and summit organizers look forward to seeing you at the event on the 27th through the 29th of October 2021 on Zoom. Our summit is going to focus on powerful social entrepreneurship as economic development policies, along with a host of other topics that is sure to knock your socks off. Our host, Dr. Florence Nzabwe, Dr. Lotus Rashay, and Dr. Ralph Steele are delighted to see you there. Grab your virtual ticket today.
and a quick
How about now?
interventions for women who are involved in trade. Unfortunately, our organizations are not that well financed, but whatever we do, we always put some few little support on the table. Organization can bring them together. My organization can organize such kind of gatherings, and maybe through this kind of partnership, then we see how we select you, and we help them to access funding, project preparation. This is my last aspect. We really need to check if we can assist those who are involved and help them to prepare good proposals that can finally access funding. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. So indeed, we should talk after the conference. I think this is the goal of this conference, to generate net. Tell you more about our experiences in actually making things happen. Yes, because the first step is to understand if things work, right? That's what we are trying to do. Then when we find that they are effective, we want actually to implement. That is not our next second step, right? Research uptake and scale up so that the right intervention reaches the right people. So thanks a lot for the comment.
Thank you very much.
We take the conversation further after the summit. Labor, the floor is yours.
tell him to have his people come at not to start up here till like 10 or 11 o'clock, like 12 up here. Tell them we want them to finish downstairs first because I'm in a conference. Awesome.
Great. We hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, so Lottie has experienced some technical challenges at the beginning of the session, but she's right here now, and I'm going to hand over to her for the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome, everybody. Super happy to be here. And please don't hesitate. Go on Facebook, go on YouTube. Make sure you join us. You can go on the Lotus Roche Ignite show. You can go on YouTube, everywhere. Go ahead, share it to your friends, share it to your family. And don't forget, we have the YouTube link for this conference. It should be right in the chat. So make sure you share that, please. And thank you. And so with no further ado, I would like to tell you about our next speaker that is coming up. Our next speaker, of course, is phenomenal. It is the chief of the Branche United Nations Department of Economics and Social Affairs. They provide support to governments in innovating and transforming governance and public administration systems and institutions to align with them the requirements of implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals for their projects. Their primary focus, though, is on public service, innovation, and developing transformational leadership capacity in a public sector institutions, including reconstruction and transforming governance and public administration in post conflict countries. Their primary goal also is to oversee policy analysis on governance and public administration, institutional transformation, human resource capacitation, and building and including leadership, transforming governance, research, data collection, and analysis. Now, I know I've said a whole lot, and there's so much more to say, but let me share this. One of the key components is that they provide supervision to the inter-regional advisors who are involved in advisory and technical support services, as well as to the regular budget staff who participates in implementation of technical cooperation projects. They also oversee and manage the branch's project portfolio, including participation in meetings with funding agencies and potential donors, undertaking visits to recipient countries to participate in project reviews and assessment of recipient country needs. They also monitor and review the implementation of projects and recommend corrective action if required for improvement of delivery of their services and products. They support the promotion and innovation and transformation in public service through public service award programs and much, much more. And so I know I've said a lot, and I know you might be wondering who this phenomenal, incredible, and amazing person is. I'd like for you to give me a virtual standing ovation for none other than Dr. John Mary Quaza. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Just for purposes of making sure that my name is known by pronunciation, I'm called John Mary Kayuzia.
Thank you, sir.
If it was my grandmother pronouncing it, she would say Kayuzia. That's like it.
Yes.
So thank you very much for that introduction. I'm the Chief of Public Service Innovation Branch in the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. here to the United Nations. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. I think we are located in different places.
Yes.
To use one time zone to great. I feel very honored to have had the invitation to talk to you on the subject matter of this workshop is very dear to me. As you have heard in my introduction, my main job is to advise governments on matters concerning the governance, public administration, and leadership. And one of the things I keep on telling government leaders, mainly in Africa, because most of them are involved in fighting poverty at one level or another, I always tell them, I think you are doing it wrong. Because we have a big war. This war is to make sure that there is no poverty on the African continent. But then you start by eliminating more than half of the soldiers you have. How are you going to win this war? Because many countries in Africa, when you do look at the population statistics, the majority, about 50%, are women. So if you are going to use your population to fight the war against poverty, and then you start by excluding women, that means you have excluded more than 50% of your soldiers from this war. Would it then surprise you if you lost that war? So I want to start from that observation and go and talk to you about what I have. For purposes of development. And this platform, I have developed it after observation of the different performances of government leaders in Africa mainly, as I followed them and advised them. In my head, I was wondering what exactly is making the difference in the performance of these leaders. If I am the same person giving them advice, probably the same advice with variations here and there. What is it that is creating the difference in performance? And maybe you will join me to zero in on this question. But for the time being, I have 10 points that I can say if every leader at every level, by the way, including the global level, followed, there would be a big difference in transforming the development terrain in African countries, especially. Let me just by way of giving background. Of course, if you are from the United Nations, it's very difficult to talk without mixing in the language of the UN. I think the struggle for transformation in Africa has been going on with variations of success in countries. And it was given impetus in 2015 in September when global leaders met in New York and adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with 17 Sustainable Development Goals, one of which is focused on gender empowerment. Is the core subject that we are talking about. So the relevance and need for capacities for governance, good governance, public administration, and transformational leadership was heightened by the 2030 Agenda and the Africa 2063 strategy, as well as the ongoing challenges, of COVID-19. Especially this COVID-19 has revealed if there was a country that was beginning to feel comfortable that things are okay, this COVID-19 has revealed the weaknesses, especially at the social level, in many countries, including the rich ones. And it has revealed that pandemics or crises, this nature always attacks societies from the weakest point. I would invite you to go to the website of the, that we call UN Women, and see the studies that have been done during this pandemic. And you will see what has been revealed as the negative impact of the pandemic on the situation of women. Now, that doesn't mean that this virus hated women more than men. No, it means that the virus has helped us to see that we were still deceiving ourselves, that we have empowered women. On the contrary, we still have a lot of struggle to do, including what should be obvious, like violence against women, even in home states. What it means is that this virus was there, but we were pretending that it was not there. And this pandemic has said, no, this is a weak point in your societies. And it's a global revelation, not only in Africa. So devising measures to prevent any outbreak or escalation or continuation or occurrence of violence is necessary to keep societies in a position to fend off pandemics. And the values that are enshrined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 2063 Africa Strategy are critical, because these values and principles, according to me, are actually the social vaccine against pandemics. In other words, if we had inculcated these values and principles in society successfully, probably then the pandemic would not have revealed that we still have problems concerning gender empowerment. And I think from a global point of view, these values are eventually mentioned are the meeting point between good governance at global level and good governance in Africa. I say this because the traditional public administration or even the new public management had been tilted towards the benefit of the developed country. And so I hope, which is my hope, that this time African countries and the rest of the world will not bungle this strategic hope contained in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, especially as it concerns the empowerment of women. Because we have been talking about this for quite some time, you know. Okay, if not since I was born, at least I know since Beijing we have been talking about the empowerment of women, and Beijing is also long ago. So people who want to be successful wouldn't be discussing this question. So what I'm saying that with the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, with the renewed hope contains, this time we should not bungle it. Now, one of the important things in the 2030 Agenda and the Africa 2063 strategy, which concerns us directly now, is this respecting diversity as a principle. And one of the elements of diversity, not only in Africa, in all countries, is the way the two genders look at each other. And in Africa, I think women have been taking the negative impact of disrespect for diversity. The diversity in Africa, I think we need to avoid a situation where we take it that in the whole of Africa, women are empowered or disempowered without differentiation. Because if we do that, we will miss the opportunity for countries to learn from one another. There are some countries which are doing well in terms of gender empowerment, and some countries which are really still doing very badly. And if we can encourage our researchers to get these varieties of success in gender empowerment, then we can increase opportunities for country-to-country learning. Now, these two agendas, by the way, before I make a mistake of thinking that the 2030 agenda and the 2063 Africa strategy are different, let me say that in the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, paragraph 42, if those who can access that document and read it, paragraph 42 affirms that the 2063 Africa strategy is part and parcel of the 2030 agenda. It's not different. And calls on all countries to support Africa to implement the 2063 Africa strategy as mentioned in the 2030 agenda. So if you hear me talking very much about the 2030 agenda, don't say that we saw this man was an African. Why is he avoiding the Africa strategy? No, I'm not avoiding it. It's because I know it is part and parcel of the 2030 agenda. The implementation of these strategies are imposing specific challenges to governance and public administration, but the challenges depend on the extent to which African countries succeed in improving their governance and developing transformational leadership. Now, concerning developing strong, effective, inclusive, and accountable institutions, which is a prominent component in the 2030 agenda, especially in its sustainable goal 16, I think African countries have got some critical thinking to do, and I will eventually invite you to join this thinking. It started with the former president of USA, President Barack Obama, when I think he was visiting Ghana, and he challenged the African leaders by saying that Africa needs strong institutions and not strong men. I assume by that, or I hope by that, he meant strong women also. And I've been thinking about this from my point of view, because it came as the most powerful man on earth at that time. It was really a misleading statement, according to me. Because those of you who know the situation in Africa, we really need strong men and women who can start strong institutions and then subject themselves to the control of these strong institutions. We are at the point where we cannot say that we need strong institutions, we don't need strong men. Because if having strong institutions was a process of creation, I would say at the beginning there was strong men and strong women, and then they created a strong institution. The good thing was that they were strong enough to have the moral strength to subject themselves to the strength of these institutions. And that's how countries succeed. Countries don't succeed by saying we need institutions that are not men. There is a symbiotic relationship between strong institutions and strong men, where strong men create strong institutions and strong institutions control the strong men. That kind of relationship is what the statement of Barack Obama missed. And talking about empowering women, we really need strong men and strong women in governance, in leadership positions, to create situations, to put in place platforms which can enable whatever program is put in place to empower women to be implemented. What Dr. Diego has just said is very impressive. That it cannot work when there is no platform around which it can play. And this is why I'm talking about the 10-point transformation of leadership platform. I think I'm not showing this very clearly. Around the word leadership itself. Can you read the word leadership downward? Because from my screen, I'm not seeing it. I'm saying it because I know it's supposed to be like that. If you look at this screen, you're supposed to read the word leadership from top downwards. If the first letter of each line. Please confirm to me that you are seeing it. Because I don't know why on my screen it's not showing exactly the way I want it to show. Now, on this, what the logic behind is that unless you have got a situation, and I'm using the word platform actually to mean a situation, where these 10 action areas exist and are pursued, most of the things that we try to do to empower women don't succeed. The first one is that there is a need to leverage the potential of people, the potential of women, the potential of communities for transformation and sustained development. In practical terms, this means got to have leaders who believe in the power of the people, in the power of women. What we have been witnessing in many countries is that some leaders believe that they can deliver development. And then unfortunately, the people believe that also, that leaders can deliver development. But we all know, those who are deeply involved in development work, that development cannot be delivered on a conveyor belt. That's not the way development comes around. Development comes around when the people concerned work for it. And if you have got leaders who are going to promise people that don't mind, we will deliver to you development, that's the beginning of failure in the development process. The beginning of success is when you have leaders who say, this country cannot be developed by anybody else except you people. Who can tell women that yes, we can put in place policies and laws and all this, but you've got to work for your own development. That's the beginning point of empowering people to demonstrate to them that you believe in their power. So that the only thing that remains is to put in place a conducive environment for them to work. Unfortunately, in Africa, there have been leaders who have demonstrated this, but then in the way we develop governance and public administration and leadership practices, we have not emulated the examples of this. If you ask many people engaged in development in Africa, they will tell you that Nyerere was a great Tanzanian leader because they know what he tried to do with the Ujamaa program of African society. And by the way, you think Nyerere failed with Ujamaa, which many people say, then you need to look at the current president of Tanzania. The current president of Tanzania is proving to be a very capable leader. But think about this. How smoothly the transition from the late Pombe Magufuli to the current president. Do you think in many African countries it would happen as smoothly as this? From my assessment, no. But from Tanzania's situation, because from the beginning of practicing the Ujamaa, Tanzania became united. We don't have the same tribalistic tendencies that we have in other African countries, where to get a leader from one tribe replacing a leader from another is always a war. But here you have a situation where the country is so united that they didn't have a problem replacing a man with a woman, replacing a very staunch Catholic with a staunch Muslim. They didn't have that problem. I will let you take that example and think about many African countries and let me know whether you think it could have happened as smoothly as it happened in Tanzania. And it happened like that because the roots of unity were sown during the time of the Herod's reign. Tanzania has got more than 200 tribes. Uganda has got only 42. But in Uganda, we have been fighting among ourselves based on tribes. And Tanzania, you even get a point and forget that actually they have 200 tribes and above. Because the unity was cultivated, the trust in the power of the people of Tanzania to rule themselves, irrespective of what tribe they come from, irrespective of what gender they are, it was cultivated. And I have always wondered, if we have such examples, why can't African governments structure their governance following such examples that have succeeded? The second one, I think we can put here. I'm still talking about leveraging the community potential, the potential of people to develop themselves. The second example was a belief in self-reliance. So how come that in many African governance systems we did not copy that example, and yet when you read many books, everyone praises Thomas Sankara issue. That's a strength, that's not a weakness. And it does not contradict the first action area, which is self-reliance. Let me give you an example of a leadership situation where leaders believe in self-reliance, but they have succeeded very much in mobilizing the global support. I think the leaders of Rwanda, they have demonstrated a good mix of belief in self-reliance and self-determination, but at the same time, appealing to the good, to the well-wishers that we have got a big job to do, we are determined to do it, but can you give us some help? So again, I don't see any contradiction between self-help and mobilizing support from outside. The third one, and by the way, this is a very, very strong point for women empowerment, because some people who advocate for women empowerment, they think women should be left alone to deal with their own things. That's a wrong mentality. No, empowerment of women would require full support from men also, and at all levels, beginning with the family. The other one is to do with making sure that the plans that you have for empowerment are in line with the national, regional, and global development goals. It's a good thing now we are talking in the context of the sustainable development goals, or the 2063 Africa strategy. And these strategies emphasize gender empowerment. So when you are planning, you align the plans that you have with these global goals, because that way, in the first instance, that way you're not going to go wrong. So these global goals, it took time to think them out. Secondly, because you are standing on the same movement point globally, it will be very easy for you to mobilize supporters or whatever plans you have, because they are aligned. If you say we want to make sure that for purposes of women empowerment, every girl goes to school at least for the first 12 years. When you go to look for support, no one will say you are doing what we don't like. No, they will just see you as an ally, and therefore they will be forthcoming in saying, yes, we are in this with you. Dr. Diego has just given a very impressive presentation on training, and so it makes it easier for me to talk about the next point about developing competences and mentalities and soft skills at all levels of governance and in all sectors. What Dr. Diego was saying was at the micro level. What I'm saying is at the macro level. If you do not have leaders who believe in developing competences, in changing positive mentality, in creating soft skills, all levels of governance, then the kind of training Dr. Diego was talking about will not produce good results, and I think she demonstrated it very well. And then the mobilization and frugal utilization and optimization of both internal and external sources. Of course, at the government level in Africa, we have got big problems relative to corruption and misuse of public funds, some of which would be going into the programs that are dedicated to empowering women. It's a huge program. But I think when Dr. Diego was talking about some whom you give money and they fail, and some whom you give money and they succeed, this could be part of it. the frugal utilization and optimization of resources. And relying on local capabilities to ensure creativity and innovation, resilience and sustainability. I think it is related to what I was saying about having support from more actors, but you need to be able to say we have some local capabilities we can rely on. From the experience I have had in advising African governments, it's not to have a population that does not have a capacity that you can use. It's not there. Every population you need, however miserable it looks, has got some capacities that you can take advantage of. We have the capacity that to say, you know what, we have a problem here. And if we had resources, we would do X, Y, Z to sort out this problem. And these capabilities need to be identified so that they can be developed. And then stating achievements and shortfalls and using the to sustain and improve performance. This has to do with evaluation. I think Dr. Diego talked about evaluation. Those of you who have worked in government, I'm sure you have seen situations where in the process of evaluation, people hide truth. Some evaluations are not sincere. You read a report, you find it is marvelous, you go on the ground, you don't see what the report was talking about. But if you have to be a transformational leader, there is need for the process of monitoring and evaluation of whatever you do. And whatever negatives come out, they should be clearly stated with no hesitation. And whatever positives come out of this evaluation, they should also be clearly stated. Because that's how you use an evaluation process to move forward. And if you put statistics, such that the statistics of evaluation look beautiful, when on the ground the results are not so nice, then you are bound for failure. This is why the whole issue of transparency and accountability is very important. Now, stressing an ideology that puts people, by that read women, at the center of all policies, plans, and actions. Because countries succeed depending on what countries believe. And unless you have an ideology that believes that you cannot succeed in developing a country by excluding women, then it's going to be very difficult for you to embark on an extensive program of empowering women. The whole thing starts with ideology. Let me see when I can pick an example. I think the one I can quickly think about is Rwanda. If you went to Rwanda in the 1990s, the situation of women was a miserable case, really. If you recall, even at the beginning of genocide, their prime minister was killed. Literally because some people couldn't stand the situation where the prime minister was a woman in the first instance. Forget whatever ethnic groups belong to. And by the time I started working in Rwanda, I was really there. And I wasn't coming from a country where women were in a better situation, but I was surprised by the way society was taking women, in terms of whether a woman can inherit the property if a husband dies, and have worked with your husband and brought some properties, and then the husband dies, and then you have no property. Yeah, immediately you drop back into extreme poverty, and your kids start suffering. I said, but how did this society? This time I wasn't even thinking about the government. I was thinking about the entire society that really believes like this. But if you go there now, then you can see how important it is for leadership to cultivate an ideology in society that believes certain things that need to be done. Because I know when people are discussing the empowerment of women in Rwanda, they look at the number of parliamentarians outnumbering men. Okay, that's good. But the most important thing is what has happened at societal level. And this has happened, that empowerment of women, you find women in business, you find women looking after their families, looking after their children, even when their husbands have passed on. That has been enabled by the policies that have been put in place, by the institutional legal instruments that have been put in place, including even in the Constitution. So the foundation for empowering women is there, first by the ideology that has been cultivated. There is no longer belief that a woman cannot manage a business or cannot start a business or should not inherit a property because then that is gone. So cultivating this ideology is one of the most liberating things transformational leadership can do. And then instilling the values of pi for me is sort of professionalism, integrity and ethical conduct, accountability, respect for diversity and inclusion and equity. These values, if you have a society that does not have these values, the fight for women empowerment is lost. Beginning by equity, which is a very, very important value. And then finally, the last one, which is a P in the word leadership, is pursuing a vision for the future generation. And that vision should be built on the past experience and today's experience and the future realities and needs. I think we are talking about entrepreneurship. This is very important in as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, because my understanding of an entrepreneur is that it is someone who has got the capability to scan the past, current, and future environment and pick out opportunities and take advantage of them for development, or pick out the challenges and devise means for addressing them. Most entrepreneurs do this. Successful entrepreneurs do it better because they see opportunities before these opportunities appear. They look far ahead. This is how important it is to pursue a vision for the future generation. The success of transformational leadership, this is what I'm going to say at the last thing on this platform, the 10-point platform. The success of transformational leadership does not lie on what it achieves today. It lies on what it achieves for the future. Because today is finished. There isn't much you can do about it. Today is gone. Therefore, a very successful transformational leader solves problems of the future. Does not ask for daily bread, as we say in our prayers, give us our daily bread. No. If you keep on asking for the daily bread, that's all you will have. Successful entrepreneurship asks for bigger things, dreams for bigger things. And in Africa, and especially in this struggle for women empowerment, dreaming is a very important undertaking. Because When you are poor and when you are weak, your strength lies in your dreams. The success of poor people lies in how much they can dream. Now, I work with the international community for the last 22 years, and there is a practice which I have not liked, even if I have had to work with. And that is a practice of planning using the envelope. You have ever heard of this? What's the envelope when you are planning? That's not good for future orientation. Because you put your hand in your pocket, you get out an envelope, you look in it, there is only $1,000. Then you ask yourself, what can I do with $1,000? Conclusion, very little. So what do? You go and buy bread. Is that development? No. So if you want to develop big, don't look at the envelope. Look in your head and dream. You want a beautiful house? Do you want all your kids to be successful and have degrees, PhDs, and big pilots and engineers? Is that what you want? Yes. If you can have those dreams, then you may figure out how to get them. But if you start by getting the envelope from your pocket and check and say, oh, this money can't even pay for my kids' primary school. So what's the use of me thinking that these people will get a PhD? Immediately, your dream is finished, your development trajectory is stopped. So my job has been, I keep on telling governments when they say, but you are talking about this goal, this way, how we're going to get the money. You got to look for the money. Right now, if you ask me where are we going to get the money, then you are going to go back to New York. You have no money, so you can't do anything. You say, what am I doing here? And for many countries, we have succeeded in work and do huge things. Have you heard of the famous dam in Ethiopia, which is causing global trouble? That was a result of this kind of dreaming. At the time when Ethiopia had no money, they dreamed that they needed that powerful dam to be completely self-sufficient in terms of energy. But they had no money. But precisely, I used to tell them, "Oh, why, you have no money, so at least enjoy your dreams for the time being. Maybe one day those dreams might become a reality." And that's what is happening now. It's happening in many countries that have accepted to dream. So, for women empowerment, I invite you to dream big, not small. I invite you to put the envelope at the next level. In the whole process of strategizing, the first level is to dream big. The next level is to translate this dream into a plan. And the third level is to translate this plan into an action plan. That's where you start looking at the envelope. But if you look at the envelope before you dream, you are going to remain disempowered. And I always discourage this kind of thing. So this leadership is a platform that I have observed, I have seen working. And I told myself, okay, before I get out of this business, let me see whether I can jot it down. And in more detail, there is going to be published a book soon that is based on this 10-point transformational leadership platform in the hope that it might guide some people to think big in Africa and dream of big projects. And maybe some years from now, when I'm not alive, and these big projects will materialize. I'm going to end by engaging you in the answer to the question that I asked based on what President Obama introduced in Africa. Do we need strong leaders, or do we need strong men or strong institutions? And as I battled with this, discussing with government leaders, the conclusion was that we need both, but first and foremost, we need strong men and strong women that can help Africa to create strong institutions and then subject themselves to the control of these institutions. What I'm talking about in reality, you saw what happened in Zimbabwe with President Robert Mugabe, may he rest in peace. He was a successful leader at the beginning, as we all know. Put in place constitutions and people were feeling empowered. But he was not strong enough to subject himself to the control of the institutions he put in place. So he turned around and started calling the constitution a piece of paper. It is in that he became totally weak. Strong men, when they are in leadership positions, they are strong enough to subject themselves to the strength of the institutions that are created, to the values and principles that society is requiring them to. So you need to look at the decisions that people take, leaders take, the policies they put in place, the laws they put in place. If they favor the people, if they favor women, then that's a sign of strength. If on the other hand, they only favor one aspect, that these leaders want to remain in power, then that's a strong movement. It doesn't matter whether in media the person appears strong or what, but if you study the policies and institutions they put in place, and whether when they put them in place, they subject themselves to the control of these institutions, then you will know. Being confident enough to seek for and listen to people or women's views to understand and respond to their felt needs, that's a strength. If on the other hand you say, no, I don't need to listen to women, I know what they need, I will give it to them, that's a weakness. Being resolved to implement what has been decided without hesitation or procrastination, that's a strength. I'm going to hazard here and give you an example. If you don't agree with it, don't mind. When you read the media, especially Western media, President Kagame of Rwanda is known as a dictator. Now, I will tell you that probably, yes, that we need to define dictatorship. What I observe in Rwanda, it's a country that does a lot of consultation. It is a lot of participatory planning in Rwanda. What people refer to as Kagame being a dictator is this. You participate, you discuss, you plan, and then conclude. After you have concluded, please do it. That's the point I'm making here. Being resolved to implement what has been decided without hesitation nor procrastination. There are many countries I have advised, and we write very good reports and plans, and then they keep them. That doesn't happen in Rwanda. If you discuss, maybe you take a year and discuss. But the day you say this is what we are going to do, then do it. There is a problem of policy implementation in many African countries, including implementing policies that are in the favor of women empowerment. After they have been decided, or even been put in too low, years and years and years down the road, you look around and say, but how come this policy wasn't implemented? That's a very, very strong weakness in a leadership system. If you have to take time consulting people, and then eventually you don't even implement what you have agreed. Identifying and resisting and even repelling negative external influence, especially when it is against people's well-being or women's interests. That's a strength. Containing the first of personal interest and resisting the temptation to use power for personal gain, that's a strength. Knowing when to use force and use it without hesitation for the benefit of the nation and its people, that's a strength. Reprimanding and correcting those who go and do wrong, even when they are close to leadership, that's a strength. Visualizing and planning for the country's future and staying on course towards a better future is a strength. Asking for advice when necessary and knowing the limits of your knowledge, that's a strength. Discerning the local, regional, and global forces working for and against you, in this case against women, that's a strength. Working with and promoting professionalism, ethics, and integrity in public work, that's a strength. Winning and retaining the trust and support of the people through positive achievements and acceptance of responsibility over shortfalls, that's a strength. Utilizing what is available and building what is lacking, especially in terms of human capacity, that's a strength. Building and developing strong institutions with agreed values and having the strength to subject oneself to the strength and control of the same institutions, that's a strength. This understanding of strong leadership needs to be developed at all levels, not just at the top of leadership in the country. I think we misunderstand what strength is in leadership. When a leader backs at you or puts the gun on your neck, you think that's a strong one. No, that's a very weak one. Strong transformation leaders don't put guns at people and they don't back. They have got a way of talking that has humility, that has concern for people's lives, that has what I would call humanness, concern for the human nature, the people that you are leading. That's what I would call strength, not weakness. But I think we misuse the word strong, and I think Barack Obama was. I don't think he was talking about strength in this sense. He was talking about strength in terms of brutality. You know, there is a difference. But for me, when I have observed the leaders have been advising, and I have asked the question myself, the question, of all these leaders, which one is strong? Then I list this and say, this guy is strong, or this woman is strong. In fact, talking about humility, and then you observe how the current president of Tanzania works. You will be struck by the humility in that lady. He's the most powerful now in the country. And when you see her, if you think strength means brutality, then you may say, oh no, this one is a weak leader. No. The humility in that has given Tanzania one of the strongest leaders they have had since the death of Nyerere, according to me. Because my definition of strength in transformational leadership is contained in these points. So I hope this has been useful to your efforts of women empowerment. Not that as Grand City is not specifically focused on women, but I think if this platform does not exist, all efforts of empowering women fail. That's the point I'm making. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I can engage in a discussion in case some people want to ask questions. Thank you. And by the way, before I go, I was not talking as a UN person. Don't quote me as a UN person, quote me as UN MC.
Woo! Let's have a virtual hand clap. Wow. That was so powerful. Amazing. I love the points that you made. Understanding forces used for and against women. That's a dynamic point, and so many points that you made were just overwhelming. And so, to everyone on the platform, please in the comment, let's give him some love and cheer and a standing ovation. Please go ahead and put a 5 in the comment, because you have come to this broadcast, you have come to this summit, and you have wakened the cognitive processing of critical thinking when it comes to women, when it comes to engagement, when it comes to relationships between women and men in the entrepreneurial aspect. But also, I'm not sure if this was your intention, but sir, you have also shared with us that it starts within our own home, within our own family. It starts within and then it surfaces without. So thank you so much for sharing that. Dr. Florence, do you have any comments at this time?
Yeah, I don't really have words to express what I'm feeling about this presentation. As leaders, as women leaders, thought leaders, and activists in the field of women empowerment. I think
Yes.
that we needed to hear this, and not only to hear this, but to implement what we have heard in all our activities from a leadership in Burundi, to host you in Burundi, and see how we can explore leadership skills, leadership knowledge in our industries. Thank you so much.
are everywhere, across the world, across the globe. So I really have to make a distinction. And I really want to say from the bottom of my heart, Dr. Florence, thank you for bringing this awesome platform. You have incredible, incredible people. One thing about this event, I want you to know something, okay? Last night, I did not sleep, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I am so wired up, as you can see, because why? All the excitement, the kind of things that we can learn from each other. And, this platform that you have provided, okay, it's not just a platform of informational, transformational. It's so vital to the community and across the world and globe. But I think more importantly than that is I think we need to do a call of action. After we get out of all this, it's okay that we heard all this, but how do we, each other, make an impact in the country, in the places where we are? I've seen many of these events happen all the time, but I think to make it more effective and powerful, what do we bring to the table? Okay, so as you can see, I'm a little psyched, really, really excited. So many awesome things that's happening. And Dr. Richie, Lolis, Richie, I did not anticipate all those introductions. I appreciate from the bottom of my heart. I would tell you guys that the dynamic in the industry where I am is that, this morning, I want to share with you my stories. And my story relates to all of the stories. Because you know why? What's really, really important is that even though I'm in the United States, I was an immigrant. All of us are an immigrant at one point or another. When you have an opportunity to change your life, and my story is going to relate to a lot of you, because you know why? All of us have the rise and fall of where we are. 1 minute, some of you may have money, and then you've lost it all. And then 1 minute, some of you don't have any money, and you made it all. But then you lost it all. And 1 minute, you don't have money, want to be where you could be, possibly, right? And some of you have a lot of money where you say, you know what, how do I spread that wealth around? So, Dr. Roberchet had mentioned to you, yes, I got into financial services real quick, not because I decided, okay, this is where it was needed or I want to make money. No. My story is many women out there today faces the same situation as I am. My husband passed away unexpectedly, and I assumed as a woman, sometimes, we look at you men are protector. You are the guy that does everything for us from economic standpoint, whether you're in Africa, you're in Europe, you're in Asia, I don't care where you are. We look at you to be the breadwinner to hold us as a family. And when we place that trust in you, we ask you to take care of the family. But when that trust is somewhat lost, see, I have placed my faith because in my country, especially Asia, women tends to count on the men for financial stuff, okay? And I'm sure in Africa it's the same way, and in other places. So when I ask, okay, do we have everything in order? Yes, yes, yes. Unexpectedly, we died unexpectedly, and guess what? There was no money there. I didn't have life insurance, I didn't have anything. Through a tragic death, we moved out of the house, and do you know what it's like for most of you guys out there when you have a position of trying to feed 4 mouths? 1 year old, 3, 5, 1 year old, 15 and 16, 4 people trying to find a place to live. Look, been there, had it all, lost it all, and I know what it's like never didn't have $100 in the bank. So through that, I wanted to get into the platform of the financial education piece. And what I'm about to show you here is some amazing statistic. I'm not sure if you know, including the African statistic when it came to women and men, even from a financial literacy standpoint. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give my a PowerPoint presentation right now, and I'm going to share with you. Okay, what I wanted to do is I wanted to help make an impact on the world. Okay, and the impact on the world is being able to how do you make this difference by teaching financial education. Okay. As you know, Dr. Bichet mentioned a few minutes ago, I was being nominated for the 50 over 50. Dr. Willis, I guess what Bichet, what I want to let you know, officially, I have been selected out of 10,000 women to be the top 50 women in the entire country for the Forbes magazine officially. In addition to that, we just got nominated 2 weeks ago by the fastest growing companies as well. So that's our other move. And of course, books being published everywhere. We are growing, okay? And here's why there's such an impact, okay? you look at this number here, women, right? Here's some why financial education literacy is important. You know, women who reaches age 65 are expected to live more than 2 years longer than any man who reaches 65. Okay, so for one thing, women live a lot longer. And some of you men may say, well, how come? How come insurance gives better pricing on women than they give men and all this, that, and all the other things? I came over to a conclusion. You know what that is? I think maybe shopping. I don't know, maybe shopping. But regardless of the kind of things. Then I also looked at statistically, did you know that more than 80% of older women, when we took a study exam in financial literacy, I'm talking financial education literacy quiz, 80%.
Hold on.
They weren't able to pass actually, that's amazing. The fact that we weren't able to make.
Okay, hold on, because my board
It
is
is that I also found out that women are not expected to reach pay probably for the next 43 years. Now, how is that? Can you and I last the next 43 years? I know I wouldn't be around, but we have to begin to change that demographic from a financial literacy standpoint across the globe. Okay? And you want to hear this? Listen to this. On average, the African Americans answer only 38% of the financial index question correctly. And only 28% of it could answer correctly with all the half question. So when it comes to financial education literacy, guys, it's not just women, but it's also men, but it's across the globe for everything else. Okay? And to me, that is such an important impact. Now, let's move into the financial education piece of it. When someone looking at whether you're saving, investing, or whatever it is in your own life, okay? There are 3 components that I want to share with you that you really, really need to think from your financial standpoint, okay? And part of this financial education. Number 1, wherever you put your money, you better look at the market risk, okay? If your investment, putting it in the market, okay, can you afford that market risk? And if so, how long can you have in the time horizon to be able to handle the market risk that may affect you across the globe? Okay? Because remember, whether you're in Africa, here, whether it's China or whether it's North Korea, do you understand the market risk impact? One thing, one conversation could be happening about China or Korea or even COVID. Look what they did to the stock market, right? It changes the whole demographic. Rapid, right? Everything could be halted. So one thing, again, let me reemphasize market risk. Look at your portfolio. The second thing is that no matter where you are, that's called a tax risk. You and I know that the government lives on taxes to be able to, in the U.S., they need the tax money. Why? To pay for Social Security, to do the various things, to pay for health care, to pay for Medicare, all these kind of things. They need that money. And if economic condition in a country, even Africa and everywhere else, from a tax basis standpoint, they need that money to be able to feed the folks. So could the tax risk goes up? Could the government raise taxes on you? And if it does, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If your retirement planning, those kind of things that ties into taxes when you got to pay to the government, you got to consider that as well. The third consideration when you're looking at money here is very important. It's called capital risk. Okay? A lot of us out there say, we want to start thinking about saving, retirement, all this kind of stuff, or plan for our family future. But guess what? The risk of not having enough money to be able to contribute. Because a lot of folks out there today are saying, you know what, I want to save, and you're talking about good thing with saving retirement, but the problem is I don't have the money. Well, you don't have the money. There's only 2 choices you got to do, right? Only 2 choices, guys. 1, go get another job or find something, right? Or 2, get money from somewhere else. Call leverage. Whether I leverage, go to my family, hey, can I borrow some money or can I get some money to do this? Or you go to work and make some extra money to be able to fund some kind of things. Because the dangerous things right now is that if we don't save money while we're working and able and capable, do you know what it's like when you're not working and you're not capable? That is the education that we definitely need to spread. Okay? Now, and I'm going to just showed you how you eliminate all those three in the word financial. Okay? All right. Now, have you ever heard of the thing called the Maslow hierarchy of needs? Dr. Florence, have you ever seen that? With the Maslow hierarchy of needs, where it's published in 123 countries, and it talks about the basic fundamental when it comes to the hierarchy of needs. Okay? Like the very first thing the hierarchy of needs is, for example, basic around the country. It's called food and water, right? At the bottom, lowest level, it's called food, water. Those are basic things of necessity, right? And then next, okay, you need things like food, and then you need income, you need shelter, you need all that. Well, guess what? Shirley Liu has her own hierarchy of the financial security needs. This was published in my book, IULASAP. And I love this because I think no matter where you are, where you do, I mean, you may have minor touches, changes to it, but I think if anything at all, the basic fundamental at the very bottom of all is everyone out there in the whole world needs to know is that when it comes to financial hierarchy of needs, you got to have what's called income. A guaranteed stream of income. No matter where you are, you got to say, okay, you know what? I've got family to feed. I got myself to feed. So where do I have the first thing you need is income? Whether you go to work, you have a job or a business, it doesn't matter. That's the first thing you need to do. And now income can come from various kind of things, right? It can come from a job that you're working. If you're unemployed, then you're in pretty much in trouble. Or maybe you're getting some disability from somewhere, from the government helping you. Or maybe you get Social Security, or maybe you get a pension somewhere, or maybe you get some kind of, income from. So those of you who do investment property, maybe you do rental. But cash flow, it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say to you here is the basic necessity in everyone's life, whether here across the globe, is you gotta have an income. Because if you don't have an income, how do you survive, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is that it's important having insurance, right? Because catastrophic, people, did you know that people loses money when they run into catastrophic stuff? In the U.S. or wherever else, some of the other countries may have healthcare as paid by the government, which can go and all that. Well, not all countries like that. In some countries, you eventually fall into a health situation. If you don't have health insurance to pay for that, guess what? It will take everything away from your cash flow to be able to pay for your family going to the doctors. I tell you this, I got a call the other day. Someone said to me, and they said in Bolivia. They called me and they said, Shirley, we've got a person that needed surgery. And in Bolivia, they need this much money to be able to go to get the surgery done. Well, this person had no money. They had no insurance. But you see where that's coming in? So the only thing I could do is be able to write a check. Being able to say, you know what? Here's a check for them being able to do surgery. Because I think we owe it. If we made it somewhere, I have not made it to go beyond, but I feel an obligation as office leaders. If you can reach out and help someone, to do that, right? So having insurance, whether it's car insurance, whether it's house insurance, and all that, and it is amazing when you see in the word of African American community, the lack of knowledge about insurance itself is overwhelming. And you're going to see that statistic in a few minutes I'm going to share with you. Okay? The third thing about hierarchy of financial needs is you got to have cash growth, right? All right, so now you got a little money that's coming in. Well, what kind of growth is it giving you? What, in the bank that gives you less than 1%? You know, it takes your entire lifetime that your money will never double. And that's called the Rule 72. The Rule 72, guys, applies everywhere. Applies here in the US, applies in Africa, applies in Europe, applies in every country there is. But it's an education that we teach everyone out there understanding the Rule 72. How long does it take your money to double? No matter where you are. No matter where you are. Again, that education is not being taught. Okay? So you got to think about having, things where you invest in capital appreciation program. Yes, a lot of guys say, Shirley, I love to invest in, into real estate and all this. Well, real estate's great when you do have capital to be able to do that. But what if somebody doesn't have the capital to provide that house or provide the other things, okay? Guess what? It's not just having the money and growth. You got to look at the other thing. It's called longevity. Did you know one of my dear friends, she spoke at the United Nations, and when she spoke at the United Nations, she mentioned that the biggest worry that the entire world needs to worry right now, you guys, it's not about taxes or any other stuff here and there, but the biggest thing is longevity. You and I know health care across the globe is getting better and better. People are living longer. Okay? The problem is when you live longer, that raises another question. On one hand, it's fantastic. You know, you've got medical people, you know, that's helping more better medicine, better information to provide to our people, and doctors giving us and helping us treat illnesses, cancer, things much better. But guess what? You live longer, but if you don't have money to live that, you could outlive the income. You're going to outlive the kind of income that comes in. So what's next? I don't know about you, but when I grew up in my country, our generation, especially right now, and including, I'm sure, you know, with all the you guys that's on this call, I see a mature audience, like Dr. Florence, Dr. Richie, Dr. Kelly on there. You know, I know for sure today, if something would happen to your parents, you would be the first to say, you know what, let me help my parents. Let me take care of my parents because they're sick. I'm going to move in. I'm going to take care of that. Women tend to do that, right? So when you do that, something has to be sacrificed. But when it comes to, you know, helping our parents out, our generation, the people on this call, I know you go to the end of the earth to help their family. But guess what, guys? I'm going to tell you straight out. My kids, I am not sure that they are going to quit their job and help me out. Because it's a different generation of raising of standard of by teaching the culture, by teaching, you know, how you take care of your elderly, how do you give back, all those things. I think we have to go and instill. And again, you know, it's about younger generations thinking about let's spend the money now, you know, we got the good, you know, let's and live for today and not for tomorrow. Well, guess what? That's got to stop. It doesn't matter where you are, okay? So, vital financial education. Last, legacy. All right, so you've got a situation where if something would happen to you, is there something that you can dictate to say, you know what, I'm leaving this, you know, boots, or I'm leaving this clock, I'm leaving this house to such and such. You know what I see is the most devastating thing is I see family fight themselves over a $25,000 money that's left in the bank account. Or I see a little boots or a clock that's been valued, passing down from generation to generation. The family fights each other over it. It's ridiculous. Why? Why do we have to do that? So rather than giving the family that headache and those kind of things, we should dictate to our family, hey, if I pass away tomorrow, you will have this, this, and this. And by the way, if I pass away tomorrow, who's going to do what? You know, it took me, oh my gosh, almost 3 years to tell my mother, 87 years old. She goes, oh, don't worry about it. When I die, everything will be taken care of. And I'm like, Mom, what's taken care of? I'm telling you that is because the situation reflects on all of us, including you all. If you and I were unexpected pass away today, who have access to anything that you have? Who? And I'm telling you, I've seen stories after stories, and that's why I believe the financial education goes is so important. Look, legacy. That's my last topic on the legacy, okay? You and I know that one day we are going to pass away. When we pass away, is there someone that we love behind that we can leave a legacy to? Let me tell you, the rich knows how to play the game of utilizing life insurance because that's how they create wealth from generation to generation and beyond. We have the power to do that today. Do you know everyone on this call today has the power to change the next generation? I learned financial education that I have the power, not, I don't have to be in a poorhouse. I can leave my kids and anyone else. I want my bones to be worth something to somebody, whether it's an organization, a charitable organization, or whether it's a human being, or whether it's my family, or whether it's animal, or whatever cause that you want to do. You have that power to do so. Why would we not? So I'm passionate about that. Now, I'll tell you a story. I believe in reaching out. During COVID, a lot of companies shut down everywhere. It affected the whole world. So in the U.S., students didn't go to school. Okay, guys, they didn't go to school. And when they didn't go to school, what happened was that some of them had to study at home. And one of the things that happened in my office that none of my people went to work, and I had this office that the landlord didn't give me any break. I still had to pay. So I decided, why not open my entire businesses for students so that they can use the office to access internet, because some of them didn't have internet at home and they couldn't afford it. And I did something that was kind of unique for the first time in history, in my life anyway. I said, okay, well, if I had all these high school students sitting here, why can't I take this group of students and teach them about money? Okay? So what I wanted to do was, I wanted to teach them about money, and I started teaching 17-year-olds about money. And you know what happened? They couldn't really do learning about money or getting actively involved in making money unless they were 18 years old. But I thought, okay, let me teach them about the basic stuff, and then they can learn this, and they can go back and teach their mom and dad and everybody else, right, about money. So these students came in. It's really interesting story what happened, and you're gonna be amazed. These are true stories that happened. When they came in, when they turned 18 years old, Dr. Florence, I was able to get them certified in the financial literacy. And I thought, okay, so they're certified that they can go out, and what if they could take that and teach millennials, everybody else? Because you and I know technologies. I'm like, oh, I'm really not good at technology stuff, okay, on the internet and all these new people. So next thing you know, one of them went on TikTok. Do you know she got on, she's 18 years old. Her story is that 3 years ago, her mom lost her house, and so did she. They were practically homeless, sleeping on a mattress, okay, sleeping on a mattress. And she didn't think, she said, I am not capable of teaching financial education because I have no money. I never had money. I don't know what money is like, and he would have listened to me. When she got on the TikTok, you know, the very first thing she did was understanding about money and teaching people why an 18-year-old would need to save, need to have retirement, and would need to have life insurance. It hit over 50,000 views on the first video. 2 days later, she talked about continuation, where did she learn all this and everything else. It hit over 200,000 views. The third video that she did after that, she has over 300,000 views as of today. And clients across the globe are literally reaching out to her and saying, hey, 40, 50, 60-year-old people are even reaching out to her and saying, how do I do this? And so it is so unique to the fact that I taught someone with no background and being able to capitalize on this into a massive scale. So now what we did was we just launched understanding for financial education literacy to all the young people that is touching on TikTok and everywhere else. And they're enrolling into the program of learning about financial education literacy. But not only about financial education literacy, what's exciting about it is the opportunity for them to also venture into one of the highest industries. Because why? Learning about money and having access and having an opportunity where someone guides you into that is incredible. No one was to have that opportunity to do that. This young lady, I am so proud of her for the fact, coming from nowhere, no one, and never had an opportunity, that she now has entered one of the most prestigious career industry I can never imagine an 18-year-old making $1 million a year under of a testing pilot that I decided to do. Let me show her. So what's the difference? It just means that one wants to have the aptitude of being able to learn and take this message across the world because it's needed, guys. It is so needed out there. So I'm excited because guess what? If I can take an 18-year-old and teach them to do this, I want you to know I am so proud of my organization more than ever before because guess what? 80% of my teams are women and minorities. 80% of my teams are women and minorities. And we're making marks in history and everything. Next week, when I'm in New York, I'm meeting with the biggest African American banking firm in New York City because they're curious to say, well, Shirley, what makes you different from the rest? And is there something that you have that I can incorporate into my bank to offer to their customer? That's what's unique about it, being able to do that. I think financial education literacy should be spread across the world in Africa. I want to be able to, let's partner up. How do we teach that financial education piece? Yeah, budgeting, finance, expense, and everything else over there. And let's talk about the demographic. What are things that's available to consumer out there in every other country? They need to know. They need to know, and then you and I can guide them in that direction. This is a massive scale, guys. I am talking about massive transformational things that we're about to do in the world. And I think, Dr. Florence and Dr. Shea and Dr. Kelly, every one of you on this call recognize that that's an important piece to talk about this financial empowerment. Right? Again, it's countless of opportunities. Then I also bring in accounting firm, tax advisor, all the people out there, and I'm saying, guys, it's okay that you do all these things and you're telling people to do this, but are you taking in depth of teaching them about financial education? Not just, okay, hey, put your money here and that's it. No. You've got to look at all aspects of their life to do a full rounded, financial education. And if they don't have money to invest, you show them how to find the money to invest. So for me, it's about banding together. It's about us bringing this partnership. This is very different from my global standard presentation. Dr. Florence, I normally, as I get on the platform out there, I get into hardcore, and other stuff, and perhaps maybe another time, another place where we can do this. But all I know is I just know that this is where the action is, and I want to make an impact. At the end of the day, guys, how do you and I make a difference? When we leave here, again, let me reemphasize, financial education literacy is important. We have to band together and spread across the globe. That's the first thing. Okay? The second thing is how do you and I make an impact besides that? Why? We have to reach out to churches. We have to reach out to nonprofits. We have to reach out to every organization that's out there. University. That's why my financial education piece, guys, when I go into the university and everywhere, it is at no charge. Let me repeat. It is at no charge. There were, founder of university, president of university, and other folks that surely, but we got to pay you. I'm going to give back. My people, when we go into these education modes, we do not charge. And that's the really distinction. What makes my company so different from the rest? Financial education should be free. So we ask that you band together. If you don't have an organization that does that, reach out to my organization. We'll do it at no charge on your behalf. Okay? That's the beautiful thing. I've got enough manpower that can do that. Because why? As I teach others, we teach others. Okay? The other things that I think we need to teach the young, the middle, the old, the experienced. It doesn't matter who they are. Money affects everyone of where they are. I'm excited because I know that what we do impacts lives. I could tell you countless of stories of older folks that come into my office has no money. They needed life insurance. They have no money, and they're losing money on top of it as well. And we were able to transform everything. We want to be able to teach others on all these financial education literacy. I am Shirley Liu. at Shirley Loom Associates. You can Google me everywhere. You know, to reach out, especially, you know, if you want to reach out to Dr. You know, Richey and Dr. Florence and, you know, and all countless leaders on here. I appreciate everything you guys have done and share your knowledge as well. When it's funny when Dr. Florence talked a little bit about the economic, you know, summit condition, show, you know, talk about the impact of financial literacy of women economic empowerment. I'm not sure if this is where you know, the message achieved what you were hoping for. But this is my thoughts on that, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart to allow me. And Dr. Kelly, I see you there as well. Phenomenal guy that you all kind of hooked up and here after me, you know. So thank goodness that I went before him. Otherwise, with Dr. Kelly, he's gonna blow out this room, guys. He's gonna give a power speech that's about to happen. All right. With that, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Wow. That's amazing. And I see so many comments coming from our live feeds and here in our personal chat. People want to know how they can sign up with your program and how they can build teams and learn how to join. And they want to know if you're having virtual classes to learn and do you have an app to learn about the program. And I would say, please make sure you put that in the chat, Dr. Lou, so that everyone around the world can reach out to you. So thank you so much. And Dr. Florence, it was incredible. The presentation, Dr. Shirley Lou, that you provided was incredible. It again keeps our cognitive juices flowing. It makes us understand that, listen, there are things that we are not addressing on a family level that keep us disenfranchised, but you are leading the way to help us have a seat at the table and also dine on the wonderful food that's prepared before us. So, Dr. Florence, your comments.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments, your kind comments to the therapists. I'm super happy to hear all the insights from Shirley Lulu. Yeah, I remember that when I invited her, I just sent also the topic, and I was worried. I said, "Oh my God, what will be her reaction?" But given her profile, I wanted really to elaborate on the financial literacy. And I must say that this is one of our priorities in the
Yes.
Foundation Lab from now on. And I'm happy also to invite you to be one of the mentor and the coach for this
Yes.
training that we undergo in the near future. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Fantastic. Wow. And for our folks that are viewing all around the world, if you would look at our broadcast, there's the information we are sharing for you to connect with Dr. Shirley Lou. And we'll leave that up there for a moment. And so, Dr. Florence, we have the amazing pleasure of having our next guest speaker come before us and share some amazing things with us. And so, for all of you around the world, we have a captain in the house today. So, with no further ado, let me tell you a little bit about this amazing captain that is going to grace us momentarily. So, many of you are aware that I am prior military. So, I am calling attention on deck for our amazing captain that's coming on. Dukandene, Captain Junode Dukandene, is the executive secretary of the Central Corridor Transit Transport Facilitation Agency's Secretariat. Many of the captain's amazing achievements include actively contributing to completing the EAC in fundraising efforts to implement the multinational road project Burundi, Tanzania, Kiobongo, Kasulu, Manyovu, and a host of other initiatives between 2018 and 2019. Approximately $300 million was secured from AFDB. Our amazing captain actively contributed to funding and to implementation and the modernization of the port of Bujumbura in 2019 and was able to raise 50 million mobilized from the ADB and 30 million from JICA. Designed the Lake Tanganyika Integrated Transport Program that riparian countries and development World Bank AFDB trademark East Africa and endorsed with pledges coming to close to $1 billion in revenue. Also, actively contributed to the mobilization of funding from DFID UK, 300,000 for the road safety audit along the Central Corridor. Actively contributed to fundraising for Kalundu port and other cross-border infrastructures improvement in DRC to the tune of 7 million mobilized from Trademark East Africa. Secured funding from Trademark East Africa for phase 2 to implement the Transport Observatory project to the tune of $1.3 million. Our amazing captain has worked tirelessly and successfully on resource mobilization to undertake feasibility studies of the Uvira Bukuvu Road, 130 kilometers, in the DCR to the tune of zero point 0.8 million already mobilized from NEPAD agency and NEPAD, IPPF, and 1.6 million in revenue. Not only that, our amazing captain has designed, formulation, and coordinated an adaptation by member countries such as Rwanda and developed partners of the Lake Kivu integrated transport programs to the tune of over $300,000, and they're already mobilized. Our amazing captain has initiated and facilitated the training programs for the lake navigation professionals at the Dar es Salaam Martin School, which is a 10-deck officers of the Navigational Watch from the 5 member countries of the Central Corridor. Yes, and it doesn't stop there. Our amazing captain continues to lead the way as he leads the Central Corridor 2021 through 2025 strategic plan successful development. In his capacity as the executive secretary, also assumed the functions of secretary of the Interior Ministerial Council and the board of directors of the 5 member countries of the Central Corridor. He is also one of the supporters of the Foundation Lab, and we are humbly honored to have his support, his strength, and his wisdom. And he has been working together with the Foundation Lab to promote women in cross-border trade and strengthening their partnerships in order to promote sustainable cross-border trade. Amongst their undergoing discussions are to assist women to create a network of opportunities to trade regionally, and more than ever in this pandemic period of COVID, when their businesses were completely shut down due to the closure of the borders. Another interesting part of the collaboration is that the Central Corridor Executive Secretary is committed and willing to collaborate with Foundation Lab, international partners, to improve the work environment for our sisters across the border. See, this is going to enable us to expand and help them expand their products, not only on a regional level, but also on an international market scale. So I ask that you humbly welcome Dr. Captain Udindi. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lotus, and colleagues present, Dr. Florence, and all participants. Good afternoon, good morning. I'm so humbled to be part of this platform. Once again, apologies because I'm speaking with you from very far on site missions. I'm not in an office like you can see. I hope my voice will reach you there. Many speakers have been talking from very nice offices there with IC, but please bear with me in case some noises and the other stuff disturbs the communication. But I'll try my best to deliver the message. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm not really going to be very long. My submission is very simple. We have had a lot from previous speakers, and allow me first of all to congratulate Fondation Lab and the organizers for making for having made sure that this happens. I have been in touch with them for some time back, I think for the last 2 years. We have appreciated their initiative. Our organization, as I'm going to present it to you, is an organization that deals with trade facilitation, easy trade between 5 countries. These are Tanzania, Burundi, DR Congo, Rwanda, and Uganda. I've been humbled to lead this organization for the last 6 years now. I believe the details about what I have achieved has been done by the moderator. If we can move to the next slide. I don't know if I can manage. Okay, thank you. Now, I have been requested to prepare something to inform the discussion on how we can work together to enhance trade, but from the side of women who do trade in our region, who are crossing borders on a daily basis, because normally most of our businesses have been targeting the major players, those who import big chunk of containers, big volumes outside the continent or at the regional level. But as one of the speakers, I think from the UN, said it very correctly, unless we develop women, otherwise we won't achieve expected targets. I will be fast. For the next slide, that picture, before this one, this picture now is the administration of the situations really in many countries of Africa. We have a group of women carrying their staff, heading to marketplaces to sell or to buy stuff. But as you can see, such situations are not observed in developed economies. And you can imagine how a country having such kind of people can really expect to develop. It will be very hard. I'm going now in the next few minutes to speak about the corridor, what we do, and how we can partner with you and others to trigger change. We want this discussion, and I think this is the expectation, that after this discussion, we should be seeing things happening on the ground. Next. Now, this is just a presentation of those who don't know the central corridor. A corridor is just a multimodal transport network. While this central, we have a northern corridor departing from Kenya, and we have another southern corridor departing from Zambia. So in between the two major international routes, we have our corridor that links or connects the port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania to the neighboring countries of Uganda, through Lake Victoria and Kura, to Burundi, to Rwanda, and to DRC. The yellow lines just describe the major road networks. The green lines describe the major railway networks, and the blue ones describe the maritime networks. Just to give you an idea, people doing trade in the 5 countries, especially those that don't have direct access to the sea, apart from Tanzania, they need facilitation. They need infrastructure, roads, rail, ports, to be able to reach the markets and be competitive. This is a region with a very huge potential from all sectors, agriculture, mining, tourism. But unless you have got adequate infrastructure, then the services and the products won't be competitive on regional and international markets. So the 5 member states have been investing a lot together, and our role as the corridor is now to bring them together and to agree on what can be a common priority for all of them. So this was just a presentation of you to know. Someone in DRC, you want to access markets in Europe. Someone in Burundi, markets in China. Which route do you use? And who are the major players so far? Most in them. And what can we do, or what are we doing to ensure that women are also part of this journey? This is very important and very innovative. The next slide is just a governance structure. We are an organization established by the countries themselves. So we have an interstate council of ministers. We have a board of directors bringing representatives from both private and public sectors. And also among members, we have one woman for the first time, one woman. And we have an executive secretariat that I lead myself with a team in the restaurant there, and the members come, the staff come from the 5 member states. This is just to give you the governance structure. And when we say that we partner with Fondation Lab, we are carrying the voice from the 5 member states. And the support that we provided was not really huge. Very few funds to organize some consultations 2 years back. Are funds that came from the member states. So you can see now that supporting Fondation Lab can be a very good pilot initiative that we spread its benefits, not only for Burundi, but across the region. Next slide, please. This slide is about now just the member states, some figures for members, participants to know. The countries that we cover have got a population of 200 million people, of course, with DRC and Tanzania and Uganda, by the way, accounting for most of these numbers, but also in Burundi, close to 12 million now, in Rwanda, the same. So you understand that we are a region with huge markets, And here we will be talking about the contribution of women, because our understanding, as we are at the operational level, we are not from the research bodies or institutions like the universities, like the previous presentations. We are on the ground at the operational level. When we talk of women, what do we mean? Out of the 200 million people, we can say that 100 million or even more are women. But surprisingly, these numbers are not yet involved in ensuring that the regional threat, that the projects in our region benefit them. This was just to give you an idea that when you do a program targeting women involved in the cross-border trade, you are talking or targeting, in fact, 200 million in the region, but directly more than 100 people. The next slide now speaks about, just to give you a picture, this is what we do, and I believe with this presentation now you will have a clear image of the sector. From the right side, you can see a railway. These are projects under construction. You just need to go on the site and count numbers and see how many women are involved in the construction works. Very few so far. I'm not talking about the operations of the railway. We still have a long way to go. In the middle, you can see containers in the port. Again, when we go there, who are the people, groups who mainly handle containers, who handle the ships in respective ports, who drive trucks, mainly men. And with this now, you know, and I believe even in most of the countries, we are yet at a level where we can say that there is an equal representation of women and men. But what we are saying here is that because our role is to support trade, and you can only be sure that you have been practical when you have become competitive. It's not a matter of employing you women. It's a matter of making money. It's a matter of developing our economies. So for a business owner, on a personal or at a micro level, he or she wouldn't mind whether he or she is using men or women. He or she would only mind or care about skilled labor. And for us, because we are a government, intergovernmental organization, we need to ensure that in our programming, we do carry out strategic planning that accommodates both men and women. Because even if women were not at the forefront of driving trucks and planes and the like at least they are consumers. And if we consider they can be consumers, unless we empower them so that they can have and increase the purchasing power, then we are convinced that even the work that men have done will work. The next, please. Now, on the following slides, this is just a picture describing the volumes of the figures. We are a corridor that handle close to 17 million tons, but with the last year disruptions from the COVID, you all know, you can see from up the road there is a bit shorter than the following one at the second level because of the COVID pandemic. I think there is no, don't have a lot to talk about like this forum here. You can just move to the next slide. And in the next slide, this is now very, very interesting. We have developed a 5-year strategy in this July, and we wanted to put more focus on the digital component in terms of trade facilitations. At least on this one, players or actors who are doing the job of easing trade, of growing trade, they want to have any justification to say that these are heavy containers, these are heavy trucks. We are going to work more digitally. And here we have been mainly focusing on easing transit trade, but we are now saying that we want to go to the next level of easing business access to markets. If someone has produced, how can we ensure that the information about the market opportunities are shared? And this can be done by both men and women very easily. I think this is very important. A transformation of a corridor that has been more physical, in a nutshell, is in trade, the physical movement, that's now shifting to the next level of at the digital world. The COVID pandemic taught us a lot in terms of people being able to deliver even from their respective offices. Trade facilitation measures, government decisions being made, and people implementing them from a digital or within a digital environment. So now, do we have qualified people to deliver on this agenda? do we have both men and women able to deliver on this agenda? Next slide, please. Now, I want now to start talking about some experiences on the continent. This is just one slide. And the numbers that are there, I believe you all have them. I just clicked them here on open sources. Here we are saying the study found demonstrated that 70% of informal traders in sub-Saharan Africa are women. Imagine, informal trade. Those who do informal trade, many of them are women, 70%. And these groups account for 40 to 60% of the GDP. This is very, very impressive. When we have these numbers, when I landed on these numbers, I said, I don't need it to do further reflection. This is self-explanatory. That whatever we do, we need to look at this people. Next slide, please. That is the picture from the continent. Now, what are the experiences in our region? And especially here, I'm going to briefly speak on, or in the next, I think, 3 slides, what we do as an organization. It's very good to say or to tell what other people do or don't do, but it's also good to preach by examples. This is a training program that I and my team initiated some 4 years back. We said we are facilitating trade, but when cargoes reach the port, we have qualified seafarers in our waterways. We said, found no. How can we then facilitate a program that train new cadets? And then we wrote it to the 5 member states. The budget was limited. I took people per country. And when I said that 10% are women, it's just because I only took 10 people, and one of them from the left side in the middle, the lady that you see there is the lady from Tanzania. So this was a good start. And the people couldn't believe that seafarers in our region could be women. And this was an example. Next slide, please. I won't take so much time. The second intervention that we did, and this was developed in the last 5 years. What we do as an organization needs to be known across the region or even international. And then we recruited media coordinators from the respective member states. We have teams that relay or communicate on the work that we do. We are a small team there at the headquarters. We can't be everywhere. And even what we decide or discuss in the workshops or meetings was only known by the participants. But for outsiders, decision makers, investors who would wish to know what's happening, then we came up with this partnership. Out of the 5 coordinators, 6 coordinators that we had, 40% are women. And again, this is not because if there are 6, then 3, I think 3 are women. This is actually 50%. Just to show that this is possible. And the pictures that you see are just illustration of some of the work that we do, and the people who organize these kind of communication materials are women. They are knowledgeable about trade facilitation, the work that we do. Traders who have got issues, they know that if they reach out to these things, their issues will be known, their challenges will be sorted out. And then towards the last slide, I said that I want to be taking this much of your time. These are some of the work we do to empower, to enhance the skills for women who are involved in the form of cross-border trade. We have got we budgeted for some fund, and every year we move around the borders and we gather or bring women together. You can see, for example, the picture in the middle, to tell them about the processes and the procedures that they need to go through whenever they are engaging in regional or international trade. So now, the next slide is about the conclusion. What have we found so far? The findings that we have so far indicated that women can do great things, not just because because they are women. They are people like any other people. They've got skills like men. No difference at all. But the problem that we have so far is that they cannot access easily to finance. And financing institutions, while they still reluctant to provide funding to women initiatives, is because of the poor project preparation. I have shared with you some of the very few examples of when we took an initiative, it worked. We are now at a stage of advocating for players, banks, financing institutions, and whoever willing to join hands together with us and the Fondation Lab and others, that we are there. And we are ready, as I said in my previous intervention, to put some rich funds to at least get people together, but we would appreciate the initiatives or efforts aiming at providing skills, enhancing the project preparations so that women can access finance so that tomorrow we won't be only focusing on informal trade, but why not talking of a more expanded trade opportunity or opportunities for women. I believe I can stop here. Just to thank you so much and tell you that I'm available. We are making things happen and we are ready and happy to even inject some seed funds at least to get people together. Capacity building is needed, project preparation empowerment is needed, and access to finance is needed. We have been assisting countries that have been accessing to fund, build roads, ports, and the like. But so far, we haven't done so much in terms of empowering women so that we can reap the benefits of our efforts. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Simply awesome. Thank you so much, Captain. We appreciate you. Just remarkable. So I'd like to invite our founder up. Um, I got to tell you, I was sitting here, I was in awe of what Captain was sharing. Okay. And although he's not a military captain, his name is Captain, he presented it in such a way where I had to call attention on deck. Because listen, if you are not paying attention, and in the broadcast, I put take notes because these are golden nuggets, Captain, that we need to really move to the next level of execution. So thank you so much. Dr. Florence?
Great, thank you so much. Let me begin by starting talking based on what Dr. John Merrill said. He has encouraged us to dream big.
Yes.
I'm going to let you know that at Foundation Lab, we dream bigger. When I started the organization, I didn't see it as a national organization. I saw it as an international organization. And I remember when I approached Captain Giordone for a partnership for the support, he embraced immediately my idea and said, no, you know what? You cannot just work on the national level because with what I see the vision, the objectives of the foundation, let us help you to cover the region. I said, oh wow, this is a very good starting. And I would tell John Mary, at the regional region, I'm really okay, but make sure, get ready to help the foundation to be positioned at the international level, because that is my vision. That is the Foundation Lab vision. So I'm happy to be associated with Central Corridor. I don't have much to add to what has been said. As a partner, I know their work, and they know our work. But more than anything, we are so blessed and honored to be associated on the driving the agenda of women empowerment from a digital entrepreneurship perspective, because the impact of the pandemic on those women involved in the cross-border trade, the impact is very high,
Yes.
and we need to work on that. We need to ensure that they have facilities, they have infrastructure, and they are able to trade digitally. And that is also besides the financial literacy training. That is also one of our priorities. And we are happy to partner with Corridor Central on that project. So thank you so much, Captain Dieudonné, for your time. I know that you have a tight schedule, but the fact that you are here is also a demonstration of
Commitment.
your commitment, your support, your continuous
Yes.
willingness to support the Foundation Lab. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain. And thank you to our founder, Dr. Florence. Just simply amazing. And we get the amazing opportunity to move even a step further with sharing information about our next speaker. So, with no further ado, we would like for each and every one of you to go ahead and give Captain a big thank you in the comments. And if you've loved what he shared, yeah, let's give him a hand clap if you love what he shared. And if you love yourself, go ahead and put an L in the comment. Put an L in the comment. And please make sure you're sharing, you're liking, you're going on all social media platforms, you're sharing it along, because we have a mission. And our mission is to get the word out about what's going on here today at the Foundation Lab with all of the dynamic speakers, supporters, sponsors here today. So, with no further ado, I have an amazing opportunity to bring to you the information of Dr. Eric Kelly III, known as the phenomenal Dr. Eric Kelly III. Dr. Eric Kelly was born in Washington, D.C., and is a graduate of North Carolina Central University. Dr. Kelly received an honorary doctorate of humanitarianism from the Global International Alliance, serving as a national advocate for international service. Dr. Kelly is a humanitarian, he's an artist, and a visionary strategist. He's a master salesman, a speaker, an entrepreneur, a poet, a producer, a scientist, and TV and radio personality. And he's done that for over 40 years. Now, you may have seen him on BET, CBS, ABC, CW networks, and he's the star of the hit TV show, The Man on the Spot, which is featured on Time Warner Cable and BGN TV networks. Dr. Kelly is the founder and CEO of Kelly Worldwide Branding and Advertising Agency. He has served as an award-winning photographer for Black Enterprise Magazine, Delta Airlines, Dollar and Sense Magazine, and Urban Journal. As a journalist, he has written for the Carolina Times newspaper, the Urban Journal, and is the editor for Black Business USA magazine. He is the founder of Black Business Olympics, as seen around the world, and he has raised scholarships for students to go to school with more than 800,000 viewers worldwide, changing the world of connecting people to education and resources. And dare I say, most recently, he's hosted the Black Business Olympics, which shared to over 500,000 people globally. His mission remains the same, as each year he plans to bestow 10 scholarships and laptops in the entirety to students, just like your children and students all over the world. 5 for high school students planning to attend college and majoring in any of the following: advertising, architecture, business, technology, marketing, and science. Additionally, 5 scholarships and laptops will be bestowed to 5 high school students, exemplifying entrepreneur skills and interests. That his lifelong mission, what it is, it's to serve. It's to serve humanity and to change the lives of our students all around the world. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. Although he has many accolades that could go on for Christmas, I'll just share some. He is nationally known as an artist, as a radio and TV show producer, an award winning photographer. He's known as the founder of Black Business Expo USA, founder of Black Business Olympics, 40 years master sales trainer and corporate negotiator for minority business. He's the founder of Black News Network and the Black Ecosystem Worldwide. He's a professor at Durham Tech College teaching sales and techniques. He's the author of the following books: Twisting in the Rain, Behind the Brush, Barack Obama, The Face of Change, Human Landscapes, Bright Spots, On a Hot, Hot Day in a Park Someplace, and the Eric Kelly III Museum. Please welcome none other than the phenomenal Dr. Eric Kelly III.
My, my. First of all, I'd like to say to the great Dr. Florence Nasabi, thank you for your great work yesterday and today, and putting together this phenomenal conference. A lot of times when you're working on the work, it's truly work. I first of all want to say thank you for the mission, the vision, the ability to bring all these people together to see your vision. In some circles, I'm called a visionary strategist. And a visionary strategy is one who looks at what your vision is, sees it clearly, and is able to articulate where you're going. And this is one in a million of conferences that you're going to be putting on. We can't wait until next year. We can't wait to see the great speakers that you put on your platform to give information about what women are doing to change the world. And thank you, Dr. Lotus Richet, as you have been such a great hostess, a lady who has more accolades than many people understand. And your network is one of the premier networks in the world. Definitely want to thank you. And then you got to thank the team. We a lot of times talk about show business, and people don't talk about the business side of the show. And while we're sitting here and enjoying a virtual contact, learning about it virtually, I can't wait until we get a chance to shake each other's hands, hug each other, and begin to see each other eye to eye. And I want to tell your team that's doing all of the work behind the scenes. You all are doing a phenomenal job. We all need to clap for you before I get started, because at the end of the day, nothing happens until the team sits down and make it happen. So, Dr. Nasabi, I want to thank you again for allowing me to share your platform. We do have your platform in this conference being aired on the IBM network that I own, particularly in terms of putting programming on that network. And the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is glad to share your information worldwide to over 200 countries. That's what we do. And with no further ado, I'd like to get right into the meat and potatoes of what I want to talk about today. I owned a museum and sold my artwork to collectors by the age of 9. I was a television producer, a of a 24-hour show with over 25 shows by the age of 25. I traveled to all the major states in North America by the age of 35. And now I'm a visionary strategist at the age of 65, with the ability to see the vision in the eyes of people's dreams. Well, what does that really matter? It matters in terms of everything, because I'm going to talk about social entrepreneurship. That's what I've done all my life. It all started with my great-grandfather who wanted me to be a lawyer. But I wanted to be an artist. He showed up in my room with a bunch of law books and said, son, I want you to be a lawyer. I looked him in his eyes and I said, no, I want to be an artist. He then said, if you're going to be an artist, then you best start drawing, or you're going to be a lawyer. So that day I started drawing. When he realized I was true to me being an artist, he said, okay, don't give your work away. Sell to collectors because they will keep it and protect it. At 25, I was approached by Jim Fields, a noted photographer in the town in Durham, who asked me to host a cable show called A Man on the Spot. Later, we created a 24-hour network on the local station that lasted for over 40 years. So at 25, I was a TV producer. In 1989, my grandmother came to my office on Black Wall Street in Durham and asked me to start Black Business Expo. Through the Black Business Expo, I created the largest business showcase in North Carolina for more than 30 years. With the notoriety of the show, another expo founder contacted me and I signed on the Black Expo USA. And for those who know Black Expo USA, it traveled 14 cities across the world. You know, when you begin to think about the experiences that I've had in my life, the expo changed my life. My great-grandfather changed my life. But the person who changed my life more than anything else was my grandmother. My grandmother really was the leader to my life. She was a negotiator for the AFL-CIO. She was a negotiator at her plant that she worked at. And she was that lady who said, okay, black folk are mad about money. White folk don't want to give them money. And she stood in the middle and she made everybody happy by getting raises and getting the corporate people to understand why they should get more money. And what does this have to do with today's topic? Everything. For all of my adult life, I've been doing social entrepreneurship. Today, I want to talk about why global social entrepreneurship matters, why we need internet hubs for creating a global community of social entrepreneurship, and what can American Africans, and I changed it from African Americans to American Africans, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, and Africa learn from each other. If we have time, I will also discuss leveraging social media and other digital channels. I want to start today with a metaphor, a statement. I want you to focus on, as I lay the groundwork to a solution, to a social entrepreneurship between Africa and America. The statement is, we are the people of the eye. That's who we are. The bold black eyeball in a sea of whiteness in our eyesight. We have to invest in our community. We have to invest with both educational and social. And we have to share our money. That is the linkage to foster business empowerment and profit. We must stand up, face each other, and declare, I see you. For far too long have we African Americans and Africans pretending that we're not one and not from the same tree. We don't breathe the same air or struggle against poverty, discrimination, or crime. Today, I want to introduce a new term, American African, meaning the stolen group of people who built America, yes, the USA, and have forged their way to understanding of the importance of connecting and building relationships with Africans. Imagine what it would mean if communities that lack access to communication and education had a simple way to reach each other. In addition, by reaching each, be able to share information and resources. Over 4 million people every year join in the social media revolution. An estimated 143,000 impressions per second on the internet hourly. On the other hand, if we could expand the gateway of information from coastal waterways around the world, we could change. We could see the change. In addition, what if there were ways to connect Africa's growing community of young data scientists and people with organizations and business people that have valuable information, educational expertise to uncover the insights that business relationships might provide. Whether it be education, saving lives, the environment, business connections, corporations are focusing with talent of up-and-coming experts in entrepreneurship learning on local issues in Africa and America. Each group would mark an important step toward addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges. The good news is that today, this work is already happening. It's happening with the Black Business Olympics, where we are creating a new business education model built around powerful technology and designed to make the world a better place. A smartphone-based environment detection system developed by BBO is already being tested in field studies all around the world. And more than 500,000 entrepreneurs have signed up for the Black Business Olympics Rail platform, which has hosted hundreds of speakers that have yielded valuable business intelligence solutions for companies, nonprofits, governments, organizations across America and around the world. This is really truly the beginning. Around the world, innovators and entrepreneurs are finding new ways to harness technology to fuel purpose-driven social enterprises that measure success, not just by profit they generate, but by the good they do. At the Black Business Olympics, we are deeply inspired by the commitment of these social entrepreneurs who are focusing their passions for positive change on improving business education and the environment, advancing social and economic equities, and much, much more. However, to be inclusive in business empowerment, these educational barriers are huge, complicated, and far too large for any single organization like ours to hope to solve alone. Therefore, to empower social entrepreneurs, business owners, Black Business Olympics is launching a new global social entrepreneur program to offer access to education and business through our technology platform. Our global initiative is designed to help entrepreneurs and students around the world to build and scale their companies to do good globally. The platform is available to give businesses and students scholarships and will actively seek to support unrepresented founders and students with diverse perspectives and backgrounds. The criteria to qualify to speak include a business metric that measures impact on important social and entrepreneurial challenges, an established product or service that will benefit from assets to customers and a commitment to change. At the Black Business Expo, we believe in providing fundamental building blocks to help social entrepreneurs create and showcase companies that can achieve worldwide impact. Entrepreneurs that become part of a global social entrepreneur speaking program will receive access to the program, to the platform, along with technical support and guidance. A dedicated program manager will help global social entrepreneurs market and sell solutions and connect large organizations and non-government organizations that are potential customers. You know, when I think about what we're outlining and think about social enterprise, I think about the global social entrepreneur speaking program that will be part of a worldwide community. One of the most important trends of the past decade is growing recognition that building a business can be a powerful way to be a force for progress, to benefit people and the planet. It's ideal that has been gathering momentum for years. We have found that 1/3 of the speakers around the world were focused on social good rather than commercial success. Today's social entrepreneurship is much more than a trend.
I noticed
It has developed into a global movement as more and more entrepreneurs find innovative ways to use worldwide programs and social media to pioneer new approaches to solving problems the world faces. For many speakers, entrepreneurs, it's a chance to turn a lifelong passion into a mission-driven enterprise that can thrive because it's doing good and driving positive change. I talked in the first group of paragraphs about social entrepreneurship, and many times we all assume everybody knows what it is. There are 10 questions usually asked when we're discussing social entrepreneurship. One of them is, what does social entrepreneurship teach us? Social entrepreneurship offers us many insights into how business, motivation, and meaningful work can come together to create successful enterprises. Successful social entrepreneurs are motivated by impact and the meaning that they create through their businesses. Another question, what impact does entrepreneurs have on America and Africa? Well, entrepreneurs create employment opportunities, not only for themselves, but for others as well. Entrepreneurial activities may influence a company's economic performance by bringing new products, methods, and products processes to the market, and by boosting productivity and competition more broadly. The social entrepreneur develops a mission and a vision to bring in a change in society. They possess innate talent, qualities to understand and analyze social problems. They can develop creative innovation, ideas, and strategies to help alleviate these problems from society as a whole. What does social entrepreneurship focus on? Well, it focuses on the process by which individuals, startups, and entrepreneurs develop and fund solutions that directly address social issues. A social entrepreneur, therefore, is a person who explores business opportunities that have a positive impact on their communities, in society, and on the world. And of course, what is the importance of social entrepreneurship? Nowadays, a social entrepreneurship is more important field in all service and public sectors. In other ways, it gives all ways of thinking in social terms like poverty and hope and home. In addition, it's a compelling life stories that give progress against world's issues of poor living. How does social entrepreneurs help change the world? Social enterprise can create joy, provide innovative services and products, promote sustainability, and give hope for the future. According to European Commission, the social entrepreneurship sector currently employs 40 million people and engages over 200 million volunteers globally, and is global. And I would always like to ask the question, or somebody ask the question, why does social enterprise exist? A social enterprise main purpose is to promote and encourage and make social change. Social enterprises are business created to further a social process, a social purpose in a financially substantial way. Social enterprise can provide income, generate opportunities, and meet basic needs of people who live in poverty. Our answer to the role of African American leadership in fostering social enterprise linkage between the USA and Africa, we must create a hub that is not a passive hub, but an active and intelligent hub to advance connection between education, resources, and businesses worldwide. We have to create a network hub that broadcasts data and information worldwide between Africa and America. A hub less sophisticated than the Main Street media, the latter which may isolate our outer groups from serving each other. Main Street media sometimes define our narrative of self-determination and progress. The main purpose of business and educational hub is to connect all segments of Africa and African American community together. The Black Business Living Hub acts as a common connection point for Africa and America in a network that has been created. There are three types of hub: a passive hub, one we as a group use today, where we are connected in definition of only being Black people, but as it relates to Black nations and states, yet we fail to connect on a deeper level, such as education and resources. We see each other, but we may not engage in business or education activities together because of our own struggles. Another hub we may use is an active hub. To be active is to be involved with each other. We can be involved with an active hub because an active hub is a multi-point connection with capabilities of connecting multiple social media signals, business companies, and corporations. And an active hub would be a revolutionary idea, but an intelligent hub would solve a myriad of our problems. We have created a hub, an app, a platform, with a designation where people have a community experience. And people can use resources and money, time, and information. An active, intelligent hub can create a virtual and an in-person engagement, produce educational webinars and speaker engagements on topics around the world, demonstrate business possibilities and share resources, produce incubators, online universities, and scholarships for both businesses and students. And more important, it can leverage social media and other digital tech channels worldwide. We as Africans and African Americans need our own digital channels, an educational sales channel that is electronic in nature as opposed to physical channels, with connected and dedicated webs that would include a hub for website, social media, video sharing, a search engine, communication tools such as email messaging apps, mobile apps, digital media such as streaming video and music services, and virtual game environments that support virtual locations for Africans and African Americans. Many years of underserving the Black community has created significant opportunities for companies that are willing to look beneath the surface. There are two significant strategies for companies to pursue expanding local assets to goods and services, and creating offerings that are better tailored to the needs and preferences of Black households. In 2019, consumer expenditures by Black households totaled approximately $1.2 trillion of value annually. This is a significant reason for innovative companies in the United States and globally to compete for this market. Total population in America of 50.9 million Black people. The median age for the entire Black population in America today is 32, though it varies across different identities among the Black population. A quarter of those in the USA Black population are members, and I want people to listen to this, Generation Z, born between 1997 and 2012, and the ages of 7 to 22 in 2019. A further 1 in 10 were under the age of 7 that year. Together, 35% of the U.S. Black population is around the age of 22 or younger. Another 23 are millennials, meaning that over half, 59% of the nation's Black population are millennials under the age of 38. This is truly the age of chance and change. The Black population is no longer tied to the lamppost of civil rights, but to the spotlight of human rights, as we witness with Black Lives Matter and all of these movements centered around humanitarian safety. Now, Africa is the second largest and second most populous continent on Earth, with an estimated population in 2016 of 1.2 billion people. In addition, there's a high proportion of younger people within the African population as a whole, with the reports that 41% of African population is under the age of 15. Black Africans make up about 85% of the total population in Africa, which lends itself to a demographic of people that may embrace technology and new movements of non-traditional learning and expansion. What can Africa and African Americans learn from each other? They can learn by joining their population wealth and our financial wealth. We can effect change in both continents. We can build a future more powerful than today. However, the bigger key is the answer has been looking at us in the eye for the last 15 years. The answer to a movement, to a revolution, right now, if we think about the age groups, is the cell phone. It has the power of a computer and the function of a mega change that can define a movement when we use it for the greater good. Think about it. If our future lies in the hands of our youth, then we have to use the tool of change that they are using to become millionaires and billionaires today. 80% of U.S. adults with a Black non-Hispanic background own cell phone. 650 million mobile users in Africa, surpassing, think about it, the number in the United States and in Europe. In some African countries, more people have access to the mobile phone than clean water, a bank account, or electricity. The writings on the wall use the device of connection to change our direction of destruction. In closing, I want to say something interesting. The answer sometimes to a big question sometimes is a little intelligence. Use the phone, the internet. That's the revelation. That's the revolutionary tool. We can change this world together, African and African Americans, when we connect to each other, utilize devices in our own, utilizing the devices in our own hands. Let's connect today, share our resources, and more importantly, let's thrive. You know, that's what I want to say today. Let's share our resources and thrive. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, for your powerful presentation. Wow, we are so happy to have you here. And again, we must come together and we must share our resources to be able to continue, not just to survive, but to thrive. So thank you so much. Dr. Florence?
Grateful to this synergy with your work and our work. Thank you so much for making the entire world know about summit and our vision. And the purpose of the summit is to create sustainable development ecosystem in Africa. Let us take this conversation further and explore the venues of collaboration. Thank you so much for it. We are happy and blessed to have us, and we hope that this is a beginning of a great collaboration with the partnership. Thank you so much.
Amazing. And thank you so much. So please, let's give each and every one of you a hand clap and some love. Go ahead and put a 2 in the comment. Why? Because it takes all the 2s, me and you, all the 2s around the world to make this happen. Thank you. Put your 2s in the comment and give me a minute. I'm going to put my 2 in the comment as well. And to all of our global viewers, go ahead and put a 2 in the comment on the stream. Thank you so much. And so, Dr. Florence, we have had some amazing speakers all this from yesterday till now. I mean, it's been one amazing, powerful, creative, in tune speaker after speaker. And now we have a professor on the way to greet us. We have someone that is going to light up this platform. And so, Dr. Kelly, I would not want to have to follow you. So thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, for sharing what you've shared. And we look forward to future connections and future business as we move forward with our focus and function to bring about a cohesive collective all around the world. So thank you so much. Let's hear it again for Dr. Kelly. Okay, and it looks like they're going to move me to be up on the screen all by myself, all by my lonesome. But guess what? I won't be alone for long because somebody's going to come up on the platform and join me. So as we prepare for our next speaker, I would like to thank each and every one of you around the world. And as this broadcast continues to be very fruitful and very powerful, we need to hear from you, our viewers, our sponsors, our contributors. Let us know how this is informing and increasing your empowerment, engaging, and helping you to expand your reach and raise your revenue. And we're not just talking about money. We're also talking about the revenue of connecting with people worldwide. So we'd like to know. So please leave your comments here in our Zoom, as well as on all of our global platforms. And by the way, Dr. Kelly, please tell us again where we're being seen on all your networks.
Well, right now, you're on the IBM television network. It's also being viewed on our LinkedIn. It's also being viewed on our YouTube and of course our Facebook at the same time. We're sending the information out to over 200 countries. We are also planning on re-airing it so that other people who don't get a chance to see it today can also see it again. You know, in my talk or in the conversation, I was talking about how we need to open up the channel and how when you look at the information in terms of African and African Americans, and you look at what is being used today, sometimes we miss it. We don't utilize all of the things to help us. You know, when Shirley Lou was talking earlier about the financial piece, it was critical for people who are on here to really listen to what she was saying.
Yes.
Because if we can get the financial piece working, and
Yes.
the correlation that I was truly wanting to make is, you know, in Africa, you have the human or you have the wealth of people. And in America, with the $2 trillion, we have the wealth of money and finance. If, you know, once we begin to pull those two together, then it changes the world. We don't have to look for people to change the world for us. And I think that is one of the things that people don't talk about. Not so much bringing government in to help, but how do we bring our real communities in to help each other change the world? And looking at this conference needs to be accomplished for the world to see on the world stage. Because if we can begin to have a dialogue to change things, then we can have the dialogue to make life better for our youth. And when I talk about the youth, you know, and I did a little research and I realized that, you know, the average age in Africa was 15, and then looking at, you know, the billions of dollars that people are utilizing to buy the television stations in Africa, and understanding that who's going to define the narrative, who's going to say what people think, you know, and that's one of the critical pieces that a lot of times people don't get involved in. Who's going to say what people think? And we can, as a group, say what we want to think to each other by utilizing the tools that are right in front of us. And so I want to thank you again, but more importantly, we want to do all we can here in America to touch each other. I changed the narrative. I said, let's use the word the American African as the group who was stolen from the continent. And I don't want to put too much politics in it, but you know, when you think about the average age of Africans, and you think about the 15-year-old, one thing people don't talk about in slavery is that was about the age that they stole and brought to America and sent them to the West Indies for 4 years. So when they actually got to America, they were around 25, 20, 22, 23, 24. And so they created a nation that built a nation.
Right.
And we can do the same thing right now because our average age is about 30.
Yes.
27 and 30 years old.
Yes.
They're using the cell phone. They're using the internet. Think about if we could join those two together with those tools and talk about change. We don't need to continue to look outside of our communities for the wealth.
Yep.
Our community holds the wealth inside our community. But we have been taught to take our money every day in every way and take it out of our communities while many more people are utilizing their money in their communities to build their community. So with your, as I say, human wealth over there, up 1.9 billion people over there, and with 2 trillion here, some way we must stop that hatred of looking at each other and saying we are not from the same tree. And that's all I have, but I thank you for allowing me to say those things because those are the things that are on my heart. And Dr. Nasabi, keep pushing the envelope. And remember, what you have to give is what you have to give. All of us have a voice, but your voice is just as powerful on the planet as anybody else's voice. And we need to support you. We need to celebrate you. And more importantly, we need to give you money so that you can continue to do the work that you're doing. You know, the gentleman talked earlier about the woman. and how valuable the woman is. And while we understand that the woman is valuable, we must also understand that the resources, that the money is valuable to push any agenda, whether it's your agenda, my agenda, or anyone's agenda on this platform. And today, like I said earlier, I want to celebration. I want to say to you from my heart and from my family, thank you for allowing me to share the stage. And as my mother always said, thank you for allowing her son to open his mouth to say something that he thinks. And again, I want to thank you again. And I put my information. For those who don't know, the Black Business Olympics is going to be happening November the 15th through the 21st.
Right.
And I want to invite everybody to come because we have over 150 speakers from across the world who speak on our platform, and they share their resources with you. And many people can talk about it, many people can say it, but we are actually doing it. I said early on that we're working on what we call our beta testing. We started doing it quarterly. Next year we'll do it every other month. But our goal is to do 365 days of speakers, 24 hours a day speaking on business to students worldwide so they can look at themselves being something more than singers and dancers, seeing themselves being more than actors and actresses, seeing themselves being more than criminals on the world stage. And the most important, to see Black people
Yes.
from the same tree, from the same continent, working together, doing more than business, but working together to build a strong and great humanity. Humanitarianism is real. My mother always says, don't look at race. Don't look at black or white. Look at the human. And if we all look at our human side, we all are one. And so today, I want to thank you again. And I look forward to the day that I get a chance to shake your hand and say to you, a job well done. Because today is a job well done.
Awesome. Fantastic. Fantastic. And to all of our folks streaming in, we have just people streaming in from the Philippines. We have phenomenal presentation. Dr. Kelly shared all the way from Virginia. We have people just all over the world just streaming in. And Dr. Florence, I must admit, all of the countries are standing up that are streaming in saying, hey, this is well needed, just like Dr. Kelly said, just like all the other speakers said, this is well needed. And it's helping us to move into action, not just talk about it, but be about it. So thank you again, Dr. Kelly. And so we are about to take a 10-minute break. We thank you. We encourage you to please take your 10-minute break and join us back in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we'll be right back. Thank you. Whew. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Fantastic. As I said earlier, I get the awesome pleasure of announcing someone. So let me move some things over. I'm playing virtual movement here. And not only did I play virtual movement, I played it globally. So I moved some things in place because I'm preparing for an amazing professor to come and speak to us. That's right. I get the amazing pleasure to introduce you to Professor Analia Pastran. She is the founder and executive director of Smartly Social Entrepreneurship on the SDGs, New York and Buenos Aires. Smartly is a social enterprise leading the way in coordinating action to communicate and localize the SDGs within the private and public sectors in Latin America and beyond. It holds 3 international awards in order to mobilize stakeholders and society to meet the SDGs challenge. Smartly has launched key projects inherent to the principles of the 2030 Agenda, like the Local Parliament Network on the SDGs Sustainable Entrepreneurs, Women 2030, among others. Smartly was chosen by the UN Habitat to plan and develop the relaunching of the Urban Journalist Academy, Buenos Aires, in Mexico. And it is associate partner of the World Urban Campaign. Mentor in the program. That's what she does. She's a mentor. She's a woman in public policy of Cornell Institute for Public Affairs, Cornell University, and New York. Analia was awarded with the Entrepreneurial Leadership Award by International Council for Small Business in Salerno, Italy. Professor of Transnational Policy, Political Communication and Strategy, and Geopolitics in the Catholic University of La Plata, Argentina. International speaker, and she is not only all of those things that I recently mentioned, she's created a myriad of areas where she's worked also as a director of communication of the International Council of Small Business, and she was a consultant at the CIFO Global Network, the network of training centers affiliated to UNITAR, which is the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. And not only has she done all of those amazing things, she is here with us today to share with us, to encourage us, to empower us, to make us know that the best is yet to come. Not to look and shoot among the stars, but to shoot for the stratosphere and win. Please welcome the remarkable and amazing Miss Analia Pastren.
Hi, greetings to everyone. Hola a todos.
Hola.
Such a pleasure for me to my dear Florence. Thank you so much for the wonderful words and very incredible and amazing quotes. Oh my God. I think these women are having this amazing conference, and I'm so glad to be here with you and supporting this, all this effort, because I know that you've been working a lot all these months. So I'm so glad to be here. So let's start. I have a couple of things that I'm going to share with all of you today, and also sharing our work and some programs that we love to do more in Africa. I've been talking with Dr. Florence about that, and we have a lot of projects my slides. The first one, we are, as Lola said, we are part of UN Habitat, the World Urban Campaign. I'm in the study committee of the World Urban Campaign, where we work with different organizations around the globe, specifically working the Sustainable Development Goals in the cities and how to implement those SDGs in the urban areas. So that are connected, of course, with the rural areas as well. So I'm going to start with the second slide, please. First of all, Smartly, as you already mentioned, is a social enterprise. We started in USA, we work in Latin America, specifically from Buenos Aires to the rest of the world. And we have different actions that I'm going to talk about that right now. The next slide, please. We are handling different programs. Specifically with the World Urban Campaign, we have the Urban Thinker Campus. Those campuses we did three, one in Mexico, Ecuador, and probably next year we're thinking that the next country to move on. And those campuses are well phenomenal spaces to work and co-create knowledge regarding how to shape our cities in terms of sustainability, to having more resilient environment and also people. So from there, then we have different activities. So please, the next one. Well, of course, we work, as I said, the Sustainable Development Goals with different partners around the globe, with Foundation Lab, of course, and different parliaments in the region, as well as UNESCO chairs, universities, different agencies of UN. We've been involved as well in the Smart City in Mexico, in Yucatan, among other partners that we have. We really think that all the actions and solutions has to be global and it has to be as well with different partners and organizations all working together. And this conference is a great example of that. And please, the next one. So today, I would like to share with you our thoughts regarding the scenario where are involved and what are the challenges that we have in front of us. When we started Monday 4 years ago, the main thing that we thought about is what is what are the necessities and what is our goal as professionals to solve those challenges and what it will be our effort or our action regarding that. And so in terms of that, we did the basic analysis regarding what are the challenges. And mainly we have 10 things. We have this situation that is increasing unfortunately, and we have in some way to think about all the time how to from working private sectors, in society, in academia, or in the public sector. We have a role, we have a responsibility to solve this and to do actions to try to mitigate and tackle climate change. And also, since last year, we have this tremendous pandemic that in some way, all of the ways challenge us to think in a different way. So right now, all the organizations around the globe, we have this scenario that we have two crises at the same time that we need to solve, and also the economic recovery post-pandemic. So that's something that when we are working, no matter what action, also conferences or activities, we are thinking all the time how all the activities and actions that we are doing are solutions and proposals to take action regarding this. Please, the next one.
So in that sense, I would like to mention that the responsibility regarding climate change is not the same for all of us. We have different responsibilities regarding where we are, where we live, how we consume the resources of the earth. So we have this tradition that we love to share in our conferences is what are the impact of our way of consuming in the different countries. And with that, we have a ratio, we have a connection of the resources of the Mother Earth, what is the capacity of the Earth to produce those resources, and at the same time, what is the the consumerism that all the human beings we are doing in our different countries. And as you can see in this slide, you can observe that that consumerism is different. So the responsibility regarding how this can change is evolving is different as well. This is the next one. So the Earth Overshoot Day is a medition that is an annual medition that the Global Footprint Network is doing since the 70s. And we observed that during after 2010 and after that, we've been increasing the consumerism, and unfortunately, that is increases so much than the capacity of the Mother Earth to produce the resources that that's giving us the unfortunate scenario where we observe that we don't have a lot of we are over consuming the resources from here. And please take a look carefully that last year during the pandemic we have we in some ways we have different ways of consuming, and the logistic capacity was put in standby in different countries because the pandemic. But we can observe that the way of consuming it was it was a deceleration, but wasn't so high that we were expecting. So, and this year we've been increasing again the overconsuming. So, right now in front of us we have that we need to do something. And Smartly is working right now in concrete actions, how to tackle this, how to change this, and to and to give a kind of a solution for this. Please, the next one. What happened with the pandemic? The pandemic, it wasn't only something that occurred in terms of health. It was something that also affected climate change because we needed masks, we needed hand sanitizers made with plastic bottles. We need to solve this pandemic, but unfortunately, it wasn't sustainable. It was something that it was urgent, but it was thought in terms of what was the impact, increasing the impact of climate change. So when we have these decision makers that they don't realize the relevance or the urgency of climate change, and we are in front of COP26. We are right now having in front of us this world the annual conference. We have to think what happens with when our decisions in terms of government, in terms of private sector are not connected with the scenario where we live and the crisis that we have in front of us. So unfortunately, as I'm sharing in this article of the Guardian, they will push in front of us that we have more mass than elephants in the ocean. And that was something that it was reached by this COVID-19 situation. Please, the next one. And what happened with women? What happened with this pandemic and the relation of women and as a workforce? Unfortunately, this pandemic has been affecting more than 70% of women globally. And this is a statistic that was made by UN Women that we take, and we want to emphasize that unfortunately that women that were only leading in terms of trying to solve the pandemic as nurses and doctors, but also in their families trying to, well, to protect their children, their communities. So this pandemic has been affecting the health of women globally. The next one, please. So this pandemic is having giving us the opportunity to rethink, to reimagine what is the cities, the communities, the urban and rural areas that we want and that we need to. And since this COVID-19 situation, we have in front of us the opportunity to think how we want to build better communities with gender empowerment, with human settlements, with affordable human settlements, sustainable cities, and of course that kind of business that are sustainable and conscious with them. So right now, the governments, all the stakeholders, they have the opportunity to, in this post-pandemic situation, in this coming back to normal, so we are trying to think in them. It's the next one. What was the impact that this community in terms of private investment? When we thought during the pandemic that the governments, the private sector, we were starting trying to solve the pandemic, but as well trying to solve the climate change crisis, we observed that was not the reality. Unfortunately, we observed that the impact in terms of funding and investment it was the opposite that we thought that we thought that was the common sense, you know. So that was something that in this slide we are showing as well how the investment was affected by this pandemic. Please the next one. So right now I'm trying to offer you the view in terms of what is the context where we're trying to work, that where we're trying to give solutions, because with that framework we have a clear a clear image of what are the possibilities and of our work and what are the possibilities of what is our impact in terms of that. So COVID-19 has really affected the Sustainable Development Goals, and in a way that, as I said, interrupted the logistics, changed the way of how we educated our students, our children, how, of course, it really affected the in terms of quality and health, and among others. So, how to recover and how to tackle climate change. This is the next one. So for us, we think that the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, are like hashtags for public policy, are giving us the opportunity to connect organizations, efforts, projects, globally. Because when you are saying that you are working, for example, with Five or with your organization, you can connect with other organizations, with other universities, with the government in terms of that project. So, regarding that we live in a globalized world that we have a lot of information in front of us, this is giving us the opportunity to connect and to link our project, our local effort globally. So if we have that in mind, when we communicate all the actions, we have the opportunity to spread the voice and to make this effort a global effort, a community effort. So that's something that we work and also as well we think that in terms of the sustainable development goals as the new social contract. We have the opportunity since 2015 of having these sustainable development goals, the planetary agenda, plus the Paris Agreement on climate change. For the first time ever, we have two huge milestones in front of us as human beings that clarify to see this very better quality of life. Yeah, no matter where you are living, where you located, you embrace this 2030 agenda, if you embrace climate change action, we have these global goals that are projecting us as never happened before. So that's something unique, and our generation has this amazing opportunity. Please, the next one. So what are we doing from this country? We have this program, ignite&TakeFlight, that we are promoting women promoting women, because we observe that when we are in a pole position, in a leading an organization, most of the time we feel alone. We feel that we don't have this platform or this way to connect better experiences or some advices. So we thought that we need that. We need to have this kind of platform of women promoting women, to sharing examples, advices. That was something that we did with Dr. Flores, for example, when she was in New York with me. We share our visions, how to boost our project, how to get better ways to achieve our goals. And that kind of sisterhood is something that we need to make it more robust, we need to make it more stronger, and we are working in terms of that, connecting those women that are living in different fields, in different places around the globe, to share that all the problems and all the challenges as women we have, no matter where are you located, are the same. Are the same challenges because we are women. So we have to go ahead with different struggling and different things that are really so sometimes resolved. And for that reason, we need to get the advice. We need to get the training. We need to get that kind of support as men have. So we need that. So we are working in terms of that, and we're also trying to give advice in terms of how to implement AI in the organization. So we have a university, and a business, or if you are a municipality, how to implement AI in your own organization. So we're working in terms of that. Also, we are working in terms of how to lobby, how to make these achievements possible, and also not only giving us the opportunity, but well, the possibility to share that and make our voices more visible. Please, the next one. So we've been working with different partners around the globe, with Dr. Florence, with Quebrando University in New York, in Mexico, with the government sector, in academia, with the University of Canada. So we have different actors involved, and different women that are living in their own areas, and we are trying to share that views, that advices, to try to protect us and also to build us a better way to empower ourselves. Please, the next one, please. Yes, sorry. A couple of pictures to show you how are we working and training different activities with different cultures, in different languages, in different communities. Please, the next one. So that's our main effort in terms of how to well, how to make this women planetary a reality in all of our environment. Please, the next slide. So, also another program that we have is sustainable entrepreneurship, a new way of doing business. And this is something that we thought in terms of climate change, how to produce in a different way with sustainable and eco-friendly materials, and how we need to change the industry, sustainable fashion. We have different actions in terms of this program. So we will work it in terms of fashion because it's the second most polluted industry in the world, and because they utilize a lot of amounts of water in the world. So that's one of the main reasons that we are working in terms of that, giving solutions. Please, the next slide. And the main, our main uh, action in terms of sustainable entrepreneurship, we have different actions. One of them is a sustainable platform that are connecting those sustainable entrepreneurs in Latin America and how are the offers trying to disseminate how those products are sustainable, how these products are giving us the opportunity to solve this climate change situation. Please, the next one. So with this platform, all the consumers are having the opportunity to buy products that are eco-friendly, and also different examples also from another part of the world, like this brand Wash is an Italian company that it works with recycled materials, and they produce these sneakers that are well are giving us an excellent opportunity to solve in terms of the reuse of plastic and removing plastic from the environment. Also, we have other sustainable entrepreneurs that they have, for example, some plastic bags that are made with algae and other materials that are eco-friendly. So instead of being sold in 400 years, those materials are being dissolved in 40 days. So that's an amazing impact in terms of the environment that all these sustainable entrepreneurs are doing, and we are trying to boost this effort in terms of how the industry can change, and we need to change this industry, and also that sustainability can be profitable. And that's something that's a kind of relation that we need to get in mind, because I have a lot of discussions in different schools of business that they mention that only sustainability is something altruistic, but it's not business. And that's not true. All these sustainable entrepreneurs are making business. They are making money. And that's because also the way of the consumerism is changing. And I would like to explain that with another, I think it's the next one, the slide, or the second, the following one, that, please, the next one, that we have this new way of consumerism in terms of the, that young people, centennials, millennials, they want to buy in a different way. They're very conscious in terms of how this product was made, if it was made with good labor conditions or not, and responsible conditions or not, among other things. So it's coming from the fact that this industry has to change, but because this consumerism, the paradigm of consumerism is changing. So we have this amazing opportunity that it didn't happen before, because sometimes in other years before we have this effort in terms of production, but it wasn't related with the consumerism. And so we have in front of us an amazing and very hopeful opportunity. Please, the next slide. Well, those are different brands and examples of these sustainable entrepreneurs. This brand, for example, is exporting in globally these products that are goods made with recycled plastic. So, well, that's the kind of example. Please, the next one. I don't want to go too much. Well, this, I would like to exemplify that this is really happening globally in Davos, in different huge companies like Lego. They are trying, they are changing their business strategy to get a more sustainable way of doing business. So this is really happening around the globe. Please, the next one. Well, so this is something that I said, how this post-consumerism is happening, and especially the pandemic has increased this because we have the opportunity due to the pandemic to consume and to buy products that in our own community because we didn't have the opportunity to get and receive products more far because of the pandemic. So that gave us an interesting opportunity to boost also our local communities, our local producers. Please, the next one. Please, if I will continue much faster, the next one. So I don't want to take more time. Well, this global Green New Deal, that's something that all the leaders are talking about, how to get and produce local legislation and local and public policy in terms of the sustainability. And that's something that from Smart we are doing as well. We have urban legislation to promote, for example, beekeeping. That is something that we need to protect the bees because without bees we don't have food. And we have local legislation in Argentina, in Panama, in Mexico. So we are working with different countries regarding local legislation about this. Please, the next one. And also, we are giving a solution in terms of sustainable tourism. Tourism is a huge industry that we need to recover from the pandemic. And we are working that in terms that we need a sustainable tourism, a sustainable recovery of tourism. It's a huge opportunity to do business, but in a different way, and also to protect the oceans, the beach, the mountains, in all of the places, and the tourists having this awareness in terms of climate change and the responsibilities and that they and also we did this journal, this special edition of sustainable entrepreneurship with the International Council for Small Business, with the Taylor and Francis group, and we had a School of Business of Paris in France. So this is a compilation, it's a book that combines all the sustainable entrepreneurs' successful cases around the globe. And this is an effort to make better all the knowledge in terms of school of business and giving the opportunity to the students to have different materials and different successful cases to get in mind when they're trying to go on their in terms of producing and doing their own business. Please, the next one. Well, this is my last slide. I would like to share with all of you this image. I work thinking all the time the kind of connection that we have and that we need to have with our environment. Like this little animal house is connecting with this flower and with its own environment. We have to get that in mind. If you are in a university, in a public organization, in a civil society, your environment, your community has to be sustainable. You have to be aware and open to connect with your nature, with your community, with the environment that you are in. So I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much. I'm open to all the questions that you may have, and also in the last slide you have the social media and all the website as well of the smart. Thank you so much. Yes, they are. Thank you, Dr. Flores. That's a nice lecture.
Much appreciated, and thank you for the support to the Foundation Lab. Anadia and the Foundation Lab, we have been working together since 2018, that we met for the first time in 2017 on my path to my personal development. It was during a conference in Washington, D.C. at George Washington, D.C. University. And then in 2018, our relationship was sustained, and until today, whenever there is an opportunity, Anadia will call me, Florence, can I include you in this project? And I'm so proud and happy to have you.
Devin,
Let me let you know that she's also a woman of a heart of gold. She was living in New York, and whenever I travel to New York, she was like, Florence, you cannot stay in a hotel where I have a house here. So I will say to Ananya, talk to me about the project, and before I leave her, she will say, no, this is your room. Next time when you travel to New York, know that this is your room. So this is a great discussion about sheep or sheep, and I really appreciate your support and how you think about the foundation, how you connect us, your network, and everything that you do for us to grow and grow again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria Flores.
awesome, fantastic, fantastic. Wow, that was amazing. I told you the professor was going to kick it out the park, and that's exactly what she did. So thank you so much, Professor Pastran. You were amazing. And so, of course, we have phenomenal speakers continuing to do what we do. Look, I had to pop my collar. She was so good. So let me fix my collar back because I had to pop my collar. So let me get it straight. So with no further ado, I have another phenomenal speaker that I'm going to bring and present to each and every one of you. But before we do that, all of our global viewers, everyone right here in the Zoom, I want you please to go ahead and put a number 10. Put a number 10 in the comment below if you love what she shared and if we can have you be a part of the 10, 10, 10, 10 to win. Put a number 10 in the comment below and let us know that you enjoyed the presentation by our wonderful Professor Pastran, pardon me. Okay, so listen, I am so happy that I get to announce our next speaker. He's an amazing young man. That's right, he's a young man. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about Gurvinder Sai Ahluwalia. He is a computer scientist. He has a seminal contributions in blockchain, crypto, digital assets, tokens, IoT, FeFi, FinTech, and supply networks for venture and enterprise use. Govinder is the founder and CEO of Digital Twin Labs. It's a product and platform engineering company in blockchain, AI, ML, IoT, and cloud. He is the former CTO of IBM Blockchain, IoT Cloud Unit in North America. He is also an advisor to the Gates Foundation and to the Berkeley Labs. Over his enterprise and venture career, Guri has stewarded the industry, clients, and open sources through his recent waves of tech from internet to web to mobile to cloud, and now to blockchain, AI, ML, and IoT. See, Digital Twin Labs is called upon globally for its field strategy and implementation of platforms and ventures for businesses, public sectors, and a societal outcomes. Let me share some of the accomplishments that Govinder has. Govinder is distinguishing contributions to the industry are co-created first proof for enterprise use of blockchain ever in the world in 2014. That's right. And Govinder also co-founded the IBM blockchain and Linux Foundation, Hyperledger, and also built the first two supply networks on blockchain for global ethical change of diamonds. Yeah, Govinder has also produced infrastructure readiness in the pre-IOP underwriting and created a strategic agriculture of first FX products on the Ethernet in Quorum at T plus zero trade, then settled. Gravinder has also created the first fintech blueprint for $1.7 trillion US mortgage entity. Also built the first embedded Linux tablet in the USA, foretelling an era of protocols and devices. Gravinder has also created seminal RIFD, right, strategy and PNG, culminating into MID, auto ID, and global supply. Gravinder also has helped launch the first retail smart home gateway, deployed second largest network in the world at the dawn of TCP and IP. Now, I know you're saying, Dr. Lotus, that's a lot of stuff that Gravinder has done. Well, I'm not finished yet. Gravinder serves multiple industries, including fin services, automobility, healthcare, distribution, shipping, media, industrial, telecom, semiconductor. Whoo! And previously as the CTO for IBM North America. Gravinder has been known as the architecture conscience. He is one of the original arsonists of the blockchain fire at IBM. Govinder has worked on Accenture. Let me get that right. Accenture. And you guys know Accenture is a huge corporation in and of itself. Accenture, Diamond, PwC, and TI. He is a frequent speaker at forums including Davos, Hersis, European Commission, Stanford, U.S. Federal Reserve, U.S. Department of State, MIT, World Automotive Conference, World Food Congress, Google, UC Berkeley, Daimler, Benz, Samsung, Developer Conference. Y'all, I need to take a break. Gurvinder, oh my goodness, is the adjunct faculty at University of Texas, Dallas, and he is an alumnus of the IBM Academy of Technology and an industry associate at the UCL. Woo! I know you guys are saying, gosh, Lee, who is that? Please welcome none other than our prestigious speaker, who we are most humbly happy to have here today, Mr. Govinder. Thank you, sir.
Lotus, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Well, the humbleness and the humility, quite frankly, come from my end. I've not just been privileged to be a witness, but also a practitioner of recent eras of technology to the industry and to various institutions of the world. But my humility, I might submit, also comes from such a glorious embellished introduction that you've given. I don't know how you made all that up, so thank you for setting up the time for me. Each and every time I'm able to do one of these, invited to one of these, it's a learning moment and a new challenge for me. So I come with a prayer in my heart to be able to bring and share my experiences into the larger ecosystem.
Awesome.
It might also help the foundation as well as the audience over here And Lotus, are you able to see my slides? Okay, thank you. Now, of course, I'm going to move this into slideshow mode. So, Dr. Florence, notice anybody just interrupt me because I won't be able to see the videos, I believe, as I put this in slideshow mode. Well, I see some of the videos, but not all of them. Second of all, thank you so much, Dr. Florence, for all the work that you've been doing across the continent of Africa and then the reach out to the rest of the world, which is what I brought you and me together through different places and forums that we spend time enjoying our synergies, and that's what has brought me together with the large community to show this to you, others in the audience, and I'm sure there will be so much replay that will be watched in the weeks and months ahead. So I think I have about the most part of 25, 30 minutes. I'll speak, I'll try to pace myself with a little bit of the start. I won't promise that I'll have to make up the time, but I'm going to speak to the aspect of technology and social entrepreneurship. And I've centered some of my case studies and some of my discussions around blockchain, AI, and IoT. With some case studies and a little flavoring of some of the work. I won't say I'm tied out to, but it's too bad to that's ongoing in continental Africa as well, particularly in rural and agricultural settings. I myself have been a practitioner for the last 20, 30 years with the various, let's just say the recent 4 or 5 waves of internet of technology, not just internet technology. And from the humble beginnings of the internet, it's not just a modern technology wonder, nor is it a transformation of society. It is an irreversible transformation of society. And I would add our social fabric, and I might add our social contracts. That is something specific that many of you are familiar with in the space of social contracts, and I'll also end my talk with a little bit more elaborate on that note. The reason I say I've been privileged, not just as a witness, but as a practitioner, is I'm not as old as you might think, though I am old, and thank you for the encouragement. I'll pass that over to my wife. I didn't start with the internet when the internet was born, but I did start with the internet soon after I finished my graduate studies, and part of which was a research assignment at Berkeley Labs, which I'm really associated as an advisor at an incubator. And by the way, to get the word out, if there are startups looking for in the energy tech space, we are in a window application process at the incubator at Berkeley Labs, where we are inviting early stage startups on building and energy tech, right? So that's just a site, a shout out as well as to anybody who in their circle knows startups and founders, please put them in touch with me.
Yes.
But back to my main point. These humble beginnings of the internet, I intercepted somewhere around the late 80s after my grad school. And long story short, I feel very much a part of this then. devices, at least on the internet. If we put this in the perspective of businesses and institutions, most continents and most economies have seen the progression of corporations and institutions from conglomerates, either nationally owned or privately owned, to corporations, business units, value webs. And value webs is where most of the infrastructure and the organization structure of institutions. I use that phrase very carefully because it also sets us up for my next slide. The organization structure of firms and institutions is situated in value webs for the most part. That's our current incumbency. And where we are today is that the complexity and distrust of those value webs, from a privacy, from a hacking, from a market control and power, from an inequity perspective, has far exceeded our ability to control and manage it. And therefore, a new future must be demanded and a new behavior must emerge. Not only must it emerge, but we are actually seeing it happen. Let me step away from my computer science background and reflect a little what has been my traditional blind sight, but I'm trying to learn in my journey from the field of economics. One of the things I've learned in recent years is that you cannot explain technology disruptions or social entrepreneurism through technology. At the end of the day, and I'll be the first one, even being a technologist, to admit that technology is just an enabler. Yes, it is becoming an enabler also from the front seat and not just driving from the back seat. That is the significant shift in technology currently underway right now. But regardless whether it's in the front or the back seat, it is an enabler. And disruptions are really not explained by technology. Disruptions are better explained by economists. Mind you, I speak at the risk of not being an economist, but I've done some cursory reading which drew me to these three books. One is The Theory of the Firm by Ronald Coase, rest in peace, a Nobel Prize winner who postulated the theory of the firm based on transaction cost, and everything that you and I and everybody witnesses as a result of technology has a large part of it has to do with reduction of technology costs. Right? Think about email, communications, think about making phone calls, think about conducting commerce transactions, banking transactions, so on and so forth, even though there is a lot of friction in the current infrastructure today. But a lot of the structure of firms is driven because of transaction costs, and the mission has been of economists and technologists, therefore, and society and business at large, is to reduce transaction costs. The second piece of work that I cite over here is the work by Carlota Perez, a professor from Argentina. Amongst these three, she probably is the only one who isn't the Nobel Prize laureate. But her homework is remarkable because she's the one who says that disruption cycles not just happen, but these bubbles and disruption cycles are actually predictable. It's just a matter of time how they evenly spread and dissipate across the world. But these are they not just happen, but they're also predictable. The third and actually the most recent piece of work is from Doug North. When I say recent, he's probably the most recent Nobel laureate or the writer of these three examples. And his work on institutional economics, the main lesson to a technologist like me that I'd like to share with you is that organizations, organizing can be done without organization. Let me say that again because it took me also a while to sink in to the concept. Organizing can happen without organization. Let me just fast forward and help you translate that. When we think of automation, we are enabling capability would diminish the importance of the entity. When we think of autonomous driving, we are enabling the capability, we are advancing the capability with lesser importance of an entity. In that particular case, the entity being the driver in the conversation. A more common example is that banks we know have shrunk in terms of their physical presence, but banking per se has not shrunk. So the function is more important than the form. For those of us that come from the School of Design principles, that's a very well-known perspective. So the smattering of technologies is over here. I won't stay much on this slide, but the ones I will focus a little bit on are the ones on the left. I want to require over here because everybody is familiar and has some working definition and understanding of blockchain. I have provided a slide for anybody who might want to go back to a replay or pause on the recording for some clarification. But if I move on, the importance of technology and the importance of blockchain matters because trust matters. And the reason trust matters is because the exchange of ownership matters. The exchange of ownership cannot happen unless there is liquidity and platforms and networks to exchange value, to exchange data, and to exchange assets. Technology matters and blockchain in particular matters because identity matters. Authenticity matters, as we know, in the current pandemic on vaccines and vaccination proof. Authority matters in terms of governance. Time stamping matters, custody matters, wealth matters, and whether something changed matters. Truth matters, trust matters. When all of these concepts of society matter, it basically compels us to look at frontier technologies as enabling factors for these things that matter. If I take you through a quick journey of technology, we had computers, we had systems, I won't even call them computers, that tabulated, the tabulation machine, which incidentally is the history from where IBM was born. Then we moved into systems that are automated. And where we are now, incumbent, in the current incumbency of the value web, is our systems that accommodate change. I will grant you, particularly in light of the pandemic and the lessons we've learned and the difficulties of supply chain, and how even the number of population, as I've learned from my advisory work at the Gates Foundation, I don't remember the exact numbers, but how many people under the poverty line have dropped under the poverty line that were raised previously above the poverty line, and this has happened only in the last 1.5 to 2 years due to the pandemic. I believe, don't quote me, but I believe the last 30, 40 years of work that has been accomplished in raising population of society over the poverty line, a large part of that has been extinguished as a result of the population. My point was around supply chains, including food supply chains. And some of them did not perform well, despite systems that accommodate change. The systems that we are now headed to build are systems that learn, and increasingly business and societal trust and reliance lies on these systems. Another perspective of this journey is from centralized systems to distributed systems to decentralized systems. This is not a shift in topology and control, but equally importantly, it's a shift in power. It's a shift in shared governance. It's a shift in individual power, and I'll talk to creatives and the individual, I'll talk to individual influence and the creative economy in a case study later, but it's also a shift in shared governance of small businesses in participation in larger ecosystems. Like an example I talked about from the agriculture and agri-tech industry sector in Africa. So if I wrap this up, you begin to see a set of use cases that are not just evident, but have been implemented that brings this combinatorial innovation together as a result of decentralized technologies, as a result of blockchains, I might add, to the plural, because it's not one blockchain, as a result of systems that learn, which is a simple way of saying AI and machine learning, and as a result of systems at the edge, which is the area of Internet of Things. These use cases are solving problems for last mile in traffic, for last mile smart location, including in precision and smart agriculture, for health records, for infection status of vaccines, uh, for identity, and by identity I mean not just identity of people. Over a billion people don't have identity in the world, but also identity of places, identity of things as well. When you're dealing with supply chains and logistics, you're dealing with things, you're dealing with the provenance and the traceability of things. Notice you were kind enough to mention my work on the ethical trade of diamonds and the role of blockchain and AI and IoT in that. That is one of the examples. And closely tied to supply chains and logistics is the financial bloodline of trade finance, unmatched invoices, um, uh, very high rates of rejection, particularly of small, medium businesses, in applying for access to trade finance. If you're a large corporation, the acceptance rate is 80%. If you're a small corporation, a small entity, the rejection rate is about 70-80%. How do we solve those problems? Real-time reconciliation, dispute resolution, compliance, anti-counterfeit, anti-terrorism financing, anti-money laundering. Many of those aspects are where some of these technologies are not just being used. I've had the privilege to develop some of those platforms previously in my role at IBM and currently in my role at Digital Advance. It always fascinates me to look at the numbers, so I thought it might be interesting to you where we are with some of the adoption. From a number standpoint, by 2023, IDC is saying that 85% of global container shipping will be tracked by blockchain, using blockchain-enabled cross-border payments. Um, from my work directly in the field firsthand, at least in two programs, one previously at IBM was called TradeLens, that had my early work fingerprint on it, and then more recently in my current work with another European and Silicon Valley entity on the area in the sector of container shipment. By 2025, 80% of B2B transactions will go to a digital platform, which is what Gartner is reporting. They've done extrapolation based on how many transactions are done through ERP management. This one might be interesting, particularly for those of you who might be situated in Africa and Europe. And this comes out the very experiences data that is publicly available from my work at IBM. That is sending a shipment from Africa to Europe. It took 200 communications, 4 agencies, 6 documents to describe the origin, agriculture, chemical treatment, chemical hazard, custom duty, and all those kind of things. A tiramisu, the ingredients of the tiramisu travel 44,000 global trade miles before being served to you on a plate. The cocoa could come from Africa, some other products like cinnamon could come from India, chocolate could come from somewhere else, so on and so forth. And the Hubble semiconductor chip, its components travel 25,000 miles before going into an OEM product assembly like a laptop or a cell phone or your gaming device and so on and so forth. So the importance of these systems tells us how entrenched technology is. Not just in businesses, but each of those use cases, even they talk about B2B, they really touch our individual lives and our communities. Um, should I continue with the case studies, or should we take a pause? Let me bring my video back over here. It is not the easiest thing to do with Zoom. Okay. Or should I pause for some questions here? I'm ambidextrous either way.
I would say, let's pause for some questions. Do we have any questions? Because the information that you are giving out is just amazing. So if we have any questions, please let us know, and we will, our tech team, as wonderful as they are, they will spotlight you. Please, anyone with questions? Okay. If there are no pending questions right now, if you would please, sir, please continue, and we'll open up for questions later. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can you give me a time check?
Yes, I have 1:08 Eastern Standard Time.
So I have
You
another,
still have,
okay.
yeah, you still have time.
All right. So switching gears to how do we take all that I said and share that? How do we operationalize this? I shared two and a half case studies. If I have time, I might mention a few others without having any content for it. And I have either direct or association or indirect acquaintance with some of the case studies that I've kind of put over here, so that I can speak to them fairly accurately. One is the work that is being done out of Europe and Singapore. It's based out of Europe and Singapore, but it's being done globally, and that is with an investment company called Venture Rock, with a portfolio of socially conscious founders and ventures, which I've highlighted over here. Venture Rock is a digital venture platform and ecosystem of founders and builders, basically building the next generation of infrastructure companies. If you look at, I won't go through all of these, but I will cite 2, 3 of them. At Infinity, they are building basically the next level backbone, next generation backbone infrastructure based on blockchain, its own specialized blockchain to support the Internet of Value. The other one is UNL, which is a smart location services to build the Internet of Places. GPS doesn't work with precision and doesn't work in many cases. In fact, this is the one that I'll tie out to some of the work that is happening by UNL in Asia Pac, in Middle East, as well as in Africa, including some smart agricultural use cases. Equilibrium is around the global trade business. If you are a small, successful, small, medium business in Africa, in Europe, in US, right? For you to go global is just a nightmare, as I cited in the case earlier of the trade example between Africa and Europe, which incidentally was between Mombasa and Rotterdam for the shipment of avocados and fresh cut flowers, one of the earliest prototypes of blockchain done for global shipping. In that particular case, it was in the agriculture space. So if you're a small outfit that is successful locally in your region, to be able to go global, there are too many barriers of paperwork, compliance, which is where Equilibrium, as well as Comply, which is a real-time compliance platform, is trying to solve some of those problems. Let me just move into, hold on, I button over here. All right, but more importantly, the tile for purposes of this discussion is the impact of these kind of investments and startups on social entrepreneurship, on sustainability development goals. And collectively, the vectors that I just highlighted previously, they map to 15 out of the 17 United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. When you look at smart addressing capabilities, that is for congestion, particularly in urban areas, for courier and food delivery, for supply chains, for agriculture precision, for precision agriculture, and also for solar and other smart energy use cases on where inefficiency is happening as far as energy is concerned in buildings and being able to highlight location within 3 centimeters accuracy. Pandemics and disasters, that social responsibility, tied to that social responsibility is the notion of identity of individuals, is the notion of trust in not just the vaccination and the pharma, but also trust in the identification of vaccination proofs. The mandate, I might add, recently, including from the US, to have vaccination proof for international travel by US and other countries that are also enforcing it, is actually going to promote the market for counterfeit vaccination cards. If you look around on the internet, they're already at the price for how much you can buy a fake vaccination card for. So we solve the problem on one side, but it appears as a different problem on the other side when we don't look at it from an all-rounded impact, as you noted at the top of this slide. Carbon emissions, the proper tracking and provenance in a supply chain, in any supply chain, financial inclusion, which was part of the global trade aspect that I was talking about, and then of course data ownership. All these, I just highlighted 6 of them, are really important for social entrepreneurship, for ventures of the nature Venture Rock is undertaking. This one I'm sharing without explicit, permissions, but it has been shared in the community, broadly speaking. Savannah Food is trying to solve problems in Africa, feeding Africa, with that mission in mind. And if you look at the problem space, it's around no traceability, problems related to gender inequity, which have been talked about extensively in this conference. Generational, multi-generational problem of poverty, which is something that I also personally look at in my advisory work with the Gates Foundation's nutrition programs. These problems on the left side are well known. It's not something I speak about, particularly to this audience. And you begin to give attention to a platform, particularly that is centered around smallholder farmers in Africa for irrigation, direct investment, carbon sequestration, and all these other areas of solutions that the platform is trying to accomplish, including end-to-end provenance and traceability of the food. The second case study, which I might add in full disclosure, I'm a co-founder of this startup. And even though it is in the jazzy space of streaming media and advertising, but it is not focused towards large institutions and market powers. It is focused towards the individual influencer and the creative economy, which we are trying to enable through a intelligent ad matching platform for brand activism and for supplemental income to individuals. And this is through platforms like streaming on YouTube, Facebook Live, which is the first one which we will probably be launching with. But it's a brand activism and intelligent ad matching platform for the creative economy. And the goal is to power social entrepreneurs in an age of creative and individual influence. Let me wrap up over here. There's other work which I've not started over here to do with. I started my talk with the early stages of the internet. There is something I would urge all of you to look at called the people-centric internet, which is one of the initiatives I've recently become closer to the founders over there, and one of the founders is indeed the father of the internet. There is such a person. His name is Fritz Search. I encourage you to take a look at his work. And this is to basically have a directional correction of the course that the internet has taken over the last 30 years from where it is now and inhabited by large internet companies and all the challenges that we know, and how can we make it more people-centric. I don't have a specific content, but I would encourage you to do a search for people-centered internet, and please contact me if there's something of interest to your circle and your community in furthering that non-profit cause. So let me wrap up with the following. There are 4 points that I want to leave you with. Let me start with the technology, obviously with my bias, but that's just the first point, and 4 other points are related to other aspects. IoT digitizes the physical world. AI and machine learning reduces the cost of prediction in the world. Just as the cost of fabrication came down, the cost of computing came down in the journey and chronology I summarized to you. Machine learning is reducing the cost of prediction in the world. And then blockchains, I might emphasize the S over there, not one blockchain. Blockchains provide frictionless trust and liquidity in the exchange of value. This is the world of tokenization, digital assets, digital value, so on and so forth. Let's put those technology pieces aside. To understand blockchain, as I said previously, you have to understand it not through the technology lens, but through the economic lens. I gave a few pointers to those of you who want to delve into it a little bit more. To put a finer point on that, to change the world, you have to change the incentives. And when I'm referring to incentives, I'm not talking just in terms of fiat currency kind of incentives. I'm talking of incentives in new forms of money. I'm talking of incentives in the last mile of money. I'm talking of incentives in shared governance of ecosystems which have participants that are large as well as small, with fairness and equity to all of them. And then the last part I would wrap up with is the theme of my talk and partly of this conference is technology expressed with social entrepreneurship forces a new kind of a social contract, not just social contract between in a peer-to-peer level of institutions, not just social contracts between institutions, between businesses and people, but also social contracts between society and governmental institutions. So let me just get out of the slideshow mode over here and go back to the video stream so I can invite questions. All right, I'll figure out how to get back to my video stream, but notice, Dr. Florence, I'm happy to take any questions at this point.
Okay, fantastic. If you have any questions, please go ahead with your questions now. If you would like to put it in the chat, you may do that as well. And if you have a question and can't come on camera, that's okay. Just let us know. Please proceed with the questions at this time. Dr. Florence, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, fantastic.
Hello, this is Mary Carvajal. May I ask a question?
Yes, please. And if you can come on screen, that would be magnificent.
I really
if you
don't
can't,
read with, so
okay,
I'm
no
really-
problem.
I truly apologize.
Okay. Please proceed.
Yes. So, Gerda, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be listening to you today. I've been in technology well over 2.5 decades here, working through a lot of corporate structures and have been big in the blockchain space. And been looking at it from a healthcare perspective, right? I think that where the industry is going right now in the healthcare space, utilizing blockchain as well, it's going to be crucial. I'll be speaking a bit about it tomorrow. Just wondering your perspectives. I know you didn't have a lot about healthcare. You mentioned it just briefly, but what's your take on it? You've got an incredible amount of experience, and would love to just MD, right? Capabilities in the MD space. As we know, COVID taught us a lot about how we need to prepare health-wise, especially remotely. How do we prepare ourselves for remote care when we're unable to get to a doctor, see a doctor, when doctors are unable to get to us easily? How do we share information easily? So yeah, just wondering your thoughts. Thank you for that.
Very thank you for asking the question. I'll give you a few contacts, and then I'm happy to dive deeper offline on any of these that I share. In the AI space, some of the work that was done previously in enterprises that I worked, the use of AI as a medical advisor, if you may, as an assistant to physicians, has been around for some time. Now, I will also say it's come with its own challenges, partly regulatory and partly accuracy. But I might say it this way: the barriers to entry of some of the technologies are higher in societies like the U.S., where the citizens, where the people to doctor ratio is, just very, 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 very nice. But when I look back to countries like India, from where I originally came, perhaps like Africa also, where the doctor to patient ratio is
Angela Mirende.
and if a choice, if a family or its family member in a remote village has to wait, half a day to get a doctor's advice on somebody who's dying, or look up an AI assistant on what's the next thing, and it's panicked on what's the next thing, they will adapt to those. It's a matter of risk. The second example I will give more to our times is I was actually privileged to co-convene a community called COVID Credentials Initiative, covidcred.org, I believe, COVID Credentials Initiative, which started as its own independent non-profit entity of just volunteers, maybe technology as well as certain health workers, health experts. And when we kicked it off, we thought we'd get 40, 50 people across the world. We'll be lucky if we get 50 people, but 200 people showed up. We went to a peak membership of 500 people, and at any one call there were 60. Weekly call, there were like 60 people actively participating. We curated at least 50 to 70 proofs, implemented proofs of the use of technology for COVID vaccination proofs. And we did this in summer of last year, which was way ahead of vaccination proofs that are being demanded today. Because people like me were like hungry, hey, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical worker, how can I help them on this? And we found this opportunity. That initiative has been merged into the Linux Foundation, which has much better credentials and publicity. So anything we do now is, making more noise. But I might add, its adoption and of the proofs of using digital technology, digital identification for vaccination proof, has been met with mixed success. Perhaps in Europe and other parts of the world, I know from India, digital identification for purposes of broadly digital identification, but more contemporary for vaccine proof, is more acceptable. But in the US, which is where I am, it is very, very difficult because of privacy fears and fears of mass surveillance. But anyway, to your point, that's another example of the use of blockchain, particularly DID, digital identification, and something specific for verifiable credentials, or VC, which is the WQC standard. It's used for digital passports. So those are two examples. I have a few others, but in the interest of time, if there are any other questions, or I'm happy to dive deeper into these offline areas.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm assuming your contact information will be in the chat.
Yeah, I can drop it in over here just now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my first name, last name, Dallas. LinkedIn was quite likely to pull me out.
I had a question. Seeing the company Sing Song that you were talking about earlier, can you talk a little bit more about that platform? And I wanted to know a little bit about when you say blockchains and what does that particularly mean? And I noticed you didn't say anything about NFTs and anything like that. So I'm an artist, so I gotta ask that question. I got to get it where I can find it. So those three pieces, if you could kind of talk a little bit about. And by the way, great presentation, great presentation.
Was so kind of you. I try to do my best on the challenge that Lola set me up for. So, Dr. Kelly, I missed the third one. So the last one was NFT. The second one was blockchain. Then you referred to a company in your first one. What did you refer to?
I referred to the company Stream Sun.
Yeah.
Talking about that company, you had a slide up and somebody spoke to me while you were doing that slide, and I just missed that information.
No worries. So, sorry, are you able to see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Number 17, I think it is.
you can see my screen, right? Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. So what a few of us are trying to do is we're trying to serve the creative economy, the individual influencer, right? Not the large, I'm not singling anybody out, but we know for a fact that 80% of the ad market is controlled by Google. All right. So how do we solve the problem for the creative market, right? So for the creative, for the is a single use case, one trick pony platform and network. The other popular blockchain that we know about is Ethereum, which is a multi-purpose use case platform where multiple applications, as we know, can be built on it. Then there's another 50, 80 blockchains that are innovating with their own purpose, including this one that I mentioned from Venture Rock called Infinity, is creating its own blockchain, which is going to be what is called fit for purpose for other ventures and other enterprises. So my point in answer to your question, Dr. Kelly, is there already are and there will be multiple blockchains. Now, of course, it begs the question, and I won't get into this topic, but I'll just park it aside. It begs the question on how these blockchains will interoperate. And there is massive innovation happening on the interoperability of blockchains through bridges, through atomic swaps, through standards of tokens, fungible as well as non-fungible tokens, which brings me to your third point. And that is the whole conversation of NFT and tokens is, probably a talk by itself, so I didn't, do any justice to even mention it. But every time I said digital assets, tokens are one kind of digital assets. And basically, tokens, fungible or non-fungible, takes a physical world or the digital world and creates a digital entity, a tokenized entity, a digital asset, basically recognizes that piece of art, as you know, or a physical physics, or an invoice, as is the example of trade finance, and represents that underlying asset in the form of a token, which is then locked into a smart contract that can be exchanged either in entirety or fractionally between parties. So you get more liquidity of this underlying asset base through the use of NFT and fungible tokens. Did that lend a little bit towards the questions you asked?
Yeah, it kind of crystallizes, the information and things that I've been thinking about, because I think when you hear blockchain, You think it's just one, and then with so many different coins out there, you kind of don't know where to go to get the information. And lastly, I hate to be asking one more question. You said there was a guy who was one of the founders of the internet, and could you spell his name out for us so that we could possibly look him up? Because I thought that was pretty. That's a little known fact. Yeah, now I'm into those kinds of things.
Father of internet.
Rick Surf, I just put it in the chat. And if I can quickly get you the URL of what I'm referring to, I've got that also. There it is, I got it. It was actually correct in my browser. And I would encourage everybody to look at this nonprofit initiative. It is. And in that also you will find the background for Windsurf. I've had the privilege of meeting him and also discussing blockchain matters, which is a lot of what we focus on right now, but not just blockchain, but really how do we get corrected of this internet, which is basically a public asset.
And thank you again. But of course, I got to ask one last question. And that is the platform that you was talking about earlier that's matching advertising to companies. How long before that will be available? And once it's available, is that going to be kind of like you sign up for it, or what? How does that work?
Yeah, so the URL I dropped this into the chat just now. We are taking sign-ups from individuals, influencers, creatives. In fact, we are poised to do a soft launch. If everything goes well, it'll happen next month. And anybody who wants to participate in early trials, be a part of our growing up stage, and make us as well as we make you part of that together. There should be a sign up on the URL that I just sent, but otherwise, anybody can just send me a direct email.
Thank you so very much, and I look forward to signing up.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, and back to you, Dr. Lewis. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Ricky and Dr. Florence, the forum, and you guys are on a tremendous journey.
Thank you so much. Wow. Instead of Guru, it should be Guru, because you brought such wealth and you're so humble. And I just, I've had the pleasure of meeting you here today, and you're just so humble. And this is the type of leadership that people all over the world need, because and I know you say, no, I'm not the guru, but I got to tell you, you broke the information down so easy that the easiest person could understand it. And with your wealth of knowledge, you've given us some critical thinking pieces that we need to utilize. And like Dr. Kelly said, he can't wait to connect and be a part of what you're doing. And so I welcome all of you around the world to connect and be a part of what he's doing. So again, Guru, we appreciate you. Many blessings to you, and we look forward to doing more wonderful things with you in the near future. Thank you again, and blessings to you. Let's hear it. Come on, everybody. Folks all around the world, you have heard it from Guru himself. If you love what you just heard, if you were mystified by what you just heard, or if you never even knew what he talked about, go ahead and put a number 8 in the comment. Put a number 8 in the comment below, because we want to know so that we can further connect you to his genius. So again, thank you so much. And I look forward to introducing our next speaker, who they are a genius in their own right as well. And so with no further ado, I want to share with you our next presenter. All right, are we ready? So before I do that, let me go here first. Dr. Florence, I was wowed. He came, he saw, he did a mic drop. I would like to hear from you, and then we're going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. Dr. Flores, do you have any words to share?
The blessing is an honor, and thank you for sharing all those important
Yes.
information experiences with our audience. I'm sure many are happy and have enjoyed your presentation. So, as a foundation lab, as we look at when we look at the potential benefits of digitalization, we can see how they could support the growth and participation of
Yes.
women in social entrepreneurship.
Yes.
At the same time, while digitalization could be said to be a net benefit, especially in the context of social entrepreneurship, it is not without disadvantages. Just a lack of connectivity can leave an entire population behind. And this is why at the Foundation Lab, we are really engaged in finding solutions towards women and girls we are supporting. And I have the confidence from this connection for a great collaboration. And I hope that we will be able to support the foundation because we are looking for creating a Silicon Valley village. Silicon Village Burundi, why not Silicon Village Africa? I'm
Yes.
sure, and I'm sure we will make this happen. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Awesome. And so wow, I get all the golden nuggets. So let me tell you about our next speaker, Angela Mirembi. Angela Mirembi is the founder of Coding in Heels, a social entrepreneur or enterprise that focuses on inspiring girls and women to embrace technology with her focus on closing the digital gender divide. She is also the general manager at SPID Africa Ltd, a member of Uganda's National Task Force on Emerging Technologies, and an alumni of the US IVP, which is also known as International Visitors Leadership Program. With more than 10 years working in the IT and telecommunication industries, she desires to share her knowledge and help individuals to navigate the most efficient ways to be productive in this era of new normal by equipping them with the relevant skills and knowledge in this digital era. She has had the honor of sharing her knowledge on more than 30 platforms, of some which include the following: the Africa Blockchain Conference 2019, Ninth Commonwealth Youth Ministries Meeting, Commonwealth, the European Union Youth Day, Google Developer Groups, Kampala Women's Tech Makers, Barclays Bank University Scholarship Program Day, World Youth Forum, Fourth E-Learning Uganda Conference, Market University Business School, Next Einstein Forum Africa Science Week, and much more. Yet, she has taken time out of her busy day to join us here at the Foundation Lab to bring to you this amazing, amazing message. Please welcome none other than Miss Angela Mirembe. Angela, welcome.
Thank you so much. Can I be seen? Can
Yes.
I be heard?
Yes, ma'am. We can see you and hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Welcome.
you so much for that wonderful introduction. Let me just get my lighting straight.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. It's been a wonderful 2 days. Dr. Florence, thank you so much for hosting this. And I think these are really needed conferences in such a time as this. I do not have a presentation. I usually do not present via presentations, but I'd like to share my stories of maybe how I became an entrepreneur and what I've seen, particularly in my country. I've had the privilege of living in 5 countries, but right now I'm centered in Kampala, Uganda, where I've been doing most of my work for about 3 to 4 years. So basically, I'd like to say that I did not start out as an entrepreneur. It was my family. I have members who are entrepreneurs, but I've always been the kind of person who likes to be in the back end of things, making things happen. And I happened to be invited by a friend of mine who was offered the Google Digital Skills Project across East Africa. And so we went around, universities, schools. But one thing I noticed is during these classes or courses, the gentlemen were very active, and well, the young ladies couldn't be more interested. And I started to notice a pattern where I would make girls participate by force, and they'd either be too shy to communicate what they felt was right. And having been a person who studied ICT in my younger years as well, I knew what it was like to be afraid to speak up in a class full of boys. Were you right? Were you wrong? Even the lecturer sometimes would dismiss us because, the girls would take so long to understand. So Coding in Heels was born because I realized that we are heading in an era where ICT or technology was not going to be a gender thing like, back here at home we had the male courses and the female courses where, engineering, electrical, and, that all that sciences was for men. And then the softer skills were for women. And I realized with time that this is going to impact the women really seriously. So Coding in Heels came up because I'm a lover of tech. I've always been since I was a child. My mom can tell you many times I almost got electrocuted from childhood because I was so curious about how does electricity move from here, how does a computer work. And so it came easy for me to fall in love with technology, but I realized that a lot of young women, it was something so distant. So I had to figure out how do we change the narrative to get women interested so that if I mention IT or ICT, it's not someone who's thinking, oh gosh, I have to go to university for a 3-year course. I mean, I've just finished a 3-year course in social science, but you tell me I have to go back and do another 3 years. So I had to figure out how do I engage women fall in love with technology like IT. So Coding in Heels was introduced because I just wanted girls to have a safe space where someone could easily ask, without embarrassment, look, I don't understand what the difference is in JavaScript and HTML and all these hardcore words. So I wanted a safe space for women to be able to freely expose what they didn't understand. And so we got a couple of young girls, and at the same time, that's when coding was, everyone was introducing coding to women, girl code, black girls code. There's so many coding, institutions that showed up. But with time, because I've recruited some girls and all these firms and institutions that come up, I kept hearing people saying, and we have some girls, like prices were subsidized, but the girls were not coming. And I had to sit and think, okay, obviously, with all these statistics that have been given throughout this whole conference, Uganda happens to be it is the second youngest country in the world with 50% of our population under the age of 15, and I believe we are probably 80% under the age of 30. So I was seated one day and I thought to myself, if I was a young girl just worried about, my parents getting tuition, if someone came up to me and said, oh, you want to learn code and you learn HTML, at the end of the day, it'd probably be interesting, but then I wonder what's it going to do for me immediately. Because, with learning code, it's not an overnight thing. It's just like any career where you have to put time in it, and your results, for payment may come a year or two later, depending on the job you want. So I realized that narrative also needed to change because girls were not so excited about code as much as we thought they'd be. And so I had to change the narrative that if I want girls to be interested, I have to come down to their level. I have to come down and ask them, what are you interested in? And so it became easier because I'd sit with girls and I'd say, what's your passion? And sorry to take you back, but I'm just going to talk about, when I talk about the future of the female entrepreneur, I look at three things. And the first one is goals. Most of the time, as much as we're trying to empower women, and it's been happening in my country where they bring out all these women's empowerment programs, teach them how to make soap, teach them how to make candles so they can support their families. But I realized that these were not sustainable, and I concluded that it's because as much as it's an immediate satisfaction for these ladies to get a meal for their kid, eventually passion is what drives us. So I found that when I sat with girls and I said, for example, what do you want to be? And you'd be surprised that that answer doesn't come easily because some of the girls have never dreamt about what they really want. You'll be surprised that you can sit down with someone and say, what do you really want in life? And they may take 30 minutes because they've never really thought they can think about what they really want in life. So I would sit down and say, what's your dream? And someone would be like, I've dreamt about having my own boutique, maybe, getting into fashion design. And then when I discovered their passions, then I'd say, what's your goal? And that's my number one thing. When dealing with empowering women, I learned that when you dig deep and someone is able to share their passion with you, that kind of creates the end goal of what they want to achieve. So you know that their passion will be there. And so I realized that when I ask someone and they say, I want to be a fashion designer, I want to be like a top chef, then I'd say, okay, that's the goal. If that's something that you really want to do, what kind of chef you want to be? And then you'll be surprised how these women will then cheer up. And I haven't even started talking about technology because they don't know I'm coming to get them. They don't know that I'm kind of just like going around their back, and so they're like, I've seen this lady on TV and it's to somehow get technology in there. That's when I say, okay, that's really cool. So you want to have like a fashion house that's in Kampala, in Nairobi, in such and such a place. Then I say, so how do you intend to do that? And then that's when I would introduce technology to them. Then I'd say, because of technology, and before they back up and they're like, I don't understand technology, I say, do you know that previously as an entrepreneur, advertising your product was so difficult? Because I did that with a class one time where we did a home marketing survey, and I said, let's just use the general, I'll call it the previous ways of marketing. And I'd say, okay, let's assume we're a company and we're going to set up a billboard and then we're going to advertise on the radio and a short, advert in primetime TV. And we'd calculate these calculations, and sometimes, just to advertise for a month, it would be like up to $10,000. And these are young people you're talking to. And the concept of $10,000 just went over their heads. So I'd say, look, you're in such a right place right now to become an entrepreneur. Did you know that you can advertise on social media for as low as $1? And then they'll be like, really? And then I'm like, do you know how to use social media? And so I realized that spreading the word about the efficiency of technology for an entrepreneur right now, it's not just bombarding our young women with, you must learn tech because tech is so wide. Dr. Guri was talking about some of the things like blockchain. I call blockchain the rabbit hole. Like you go down that road and you just keep sinking deeper and deeper. With the advent of 4IR, when we're talking about machine learning, and sometimes it's easy to dismiss this and IoT because you're thinking, oh, well, that won't affect me. But at the end of the day, the reality is that all these things are going to affect women. And I feel, for example, it is my responsibility to relay this information to our young women because, as it's been said, we are 50% or more of the world's population. And if 50% of the population doesn't understand where we're going, it really is going to be detrimental to society. So when we begin to tell the women and tie technology into their goals and their dreams, it is they take it in much, much easier. So a lot of the talks that I've done, I basically also shy away from saying, oh, let's have a tech talk. You have to kind of squeeze it in and say like tech, tea and tech or something like that. And women will be more perceptive. If I'm not spoken to people about blockchain where you have to stand up and you say, look, what I'm going to talk about is going to sound like gibberish. You probably won't understand the first time, but it is important that you just pay a little attention, and that doesn't mean going into detail about, how it was created. We don't know, if Santoshi, I beg your pardon, his name, was it called Santosh Nakamoto or something like that? I keep forgetting his name. But the creator, you don't have to dig that deep. But I tell ladies, you must have your ear to the ground. If we talk about AI, I remember I had to talk about AI to a bunch of, I think there were 8 to 10-year-old girls, and I was like, how am I going to do this? And so, because I had an iPhone, I plugged it in, like I let them talk to Siri, and they bombarded me at the end of the session. They wanted to know how this is done, and so it was easier for me to say, when you study technology, these are the kind of things you'll be able to do. So apart from goals, I think it's also important for us to speak to women about the efficiency of technology, not from a high level aspect, but to bring it down, like I said, when someone wants to open a shop and you take them 2 weeks and say, previously you had to pay a lot of money for a website to be done for you, but right now if you just take a 30-minute course on YouTube, it will actually show you how to use Pinterest to create your home. And this is just some of the things that we're trying to do for the next year, because I was privileged, and as much as I thought this was an African issue, I was privileged to go to the US and travel about 7 states in 3 weeks, and we had gone to basically promote STEM for women. And it's interesting that still, wherever we went, they were facing the same things where they're trying to get women into technology. So really, it is a global issue. And so every day I'm thinking, how do we get women in here? But I understand that tech in itself, like my country, where I'll call it hustlers. Like MasterCard once I put us down after Botswana as the most entrepreneurial woman in the world. Uganda has been known to be like one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world. But as much as we're entrepreneurs, of course, our businesses fail because they are not registered. They're small. So with all of that, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I have so many things to get these women into. First of all, we need to find their passions. I know at least everyone has a passion. Then how to teach women from the grassroots. And I've had pushback where you go on your train and the first thing they're telling you that, Angie, what about my grandmother in the village? This is too high tech. And I say, you know what? Especially us here, across Africa, I believe many of us are using mobile money. And I tell them, look, when you had to send money to your grandma 10 years ago, you used to take that 8-hour trip, right? So I say, now how do you get money to your grandma? And they say, well, she has a little mobile phone and she knows how to press *185. So I say, your grandmother is using technology. So stop looking at technology as, this quantum physical computing thing. Technology is just an efficient way of doing things. And you don't have to learn everything. You have to learn what's efficient for you. However, I do suggest that you do get a slight understanding of everything, because unfortunately for women, especially us who have been blessed, should I call it blessed? I've worked in the male-dominated industry for many years. I've been in telecom, I've been in IT, and now I'm comfortable with all these terms and everything. But for women who are just beginning to get into this industry where, it's like we as women, we've been given opportunities every day. Like in my country, I'm saying women are being CEOs and all that. You cannot have the excuse to not know anything. Right? You cannot get into an IT, let's say with a company or CEO office, and they're saying, we got hacked, and you have an excuse to go into the boardroom and you're beginning to ask what's hacking. You should, I suggest, women just, let me give an example. Sometimes they call me the person who gives the bitter truth, but I tell women, when they say, yeah, but we're busy, we don't have time, and I say, look, I know a lot of ladies who spend an hour or two watching soap operas, right? And I'm like, look, I watch Bloomberg Tech News. It's not the most fun thing, it's not the most interesting thing sometimes, but it can be interesting. But I say I don't do it because I'm glued on it, but I need to find out what is happening. I give an example. In COVID, obviously, COVID, everyone was hit bad. Finances, people lost their jobs. However, at that time, tech was where the money was. Like, people were buying companies worth 29 billion and all that. So to tell women, like, look, if you really want to see where the money is going, tech is where the money is going. So you need to look at technology and see where you're going to place yourself, because even as I speak now, the information I'm relaying might even be obsolete in the next 2 years. So you need to really, really begin to up your game and understanding these things. Now, that's in terms of getting people to understand, young women to understand the efficiency of technology. This is all tied in with entrepreneurship. And the last thing that I do talk to my girls about is finances. It's very sad, like in Uganda right now, young people have been out of school for 2 years. And as much as school has been going on, I know every country is suffering with curriculums and trying to update them for the real world or the world they're going to be in, or the world we can't even imagine that they're going to live in. One of the things was telling people they really, young women, they really need to understand finances. Finances is not just you getting money, putting it in the bank, and then withdrawing it. For me, I like to tell them money is like a science that goes deep. I tell them, look, if I knew terms like compound interest when I was younger, I would be a millionaire for sure. If I really understood things like bonds when I was at a young age, because bonds are very affordable in our country, I would probably be a millionaire. I tell them, look, I know these things are hard to wrap your head around. Watching Bloomberg market news, I used to shy away from all that. You know, you're seeing graphs you wouldn't understand. You hear S&P 500, you're hearing NASDAQ, and it's all like French to you. But I had to sit down and say, look, how long am I going to shy away from this information? You cannot be an entrepreneur and not understand finances. You cannot be an entrepreneur and understand things like, you know, leveraging bank loans and things like that, you know. So I really believe the lady of the future, if we're to get more women into entrepreneurship, in my country they already are, it's about teaching them, find that purpose that you love, because I've met many areas where women were, someone builds a successful salon and then the neighbors just like, oh, you know, salons make money, so I'm also going to do that. And tell people you have to find your path, because your passion, the passion that you have is what will keep you up at night when everyone's sleeping. It was what will keep you thinking at 3 a.m. How do I solve this problem? And especially with the ladies, you know that, you know, we're usually into service, hospitality, and things like that. So it comes naturally. But it won't come natural if you're going after something which is not your passion. So we have to sit down and kind of help these women to identify what it is they love to do, so that it will keep them up at night. And when we begin to help them discover that, then we begin to teach them the efficiency of technology, all building up to what we want them to be. Whether it be web design, whether it be machine learning, whether it be IoT, it's all going to be tied into their livelihoods at the end of the day. So it's best to begin to teach them these things. And then lastly, like I said, is the financial training, the importance of, you know, having an accountant, or the importance of paying tax and things like that, getting your business registered. So these are all things that, you know, I'm trying to have to train in 2022. Of course, I lost 2020 and 2021 as a result of being sick myself with COVID, but it made me think a lot, because prior to that, probably about 4 years ago, I started going to SMEs and telling, because I was working for a company, and I'm like, please, businesses are going digital, and I'd go to middle-aged ladies who own boutiques and everything, and I say, you know, you can do better. You can have a boutique and brick and mortar, but you can put these things online. And unfortunately, they'd be like, oh no, that's for the young people. That's not for us. So I know that for 3-4 years, I was pushing to provide digital skills. We were pushing to get people's businesses online, and they unfortunately they didn't listen. And it was very amazing that when we went into lockdown, and it was complete lockdown, no cars, no movement except for bikes, the young ladies who had taken some of my advice made the most money at that time, because they were advertising their products on Instagram. always sent us, ladies, this is what we have coming in. And it's, I guess it was a blessing for them because that's the time most women spent in their homes and started looking around and like, oh my goodness, these are the drapes I have. So a lot of women beautified their homes at that time. So these young women, they were right for the right time because they were advertising on Instagram and Facebook, and you just call them and they're like, okay, transfer the money to mobile money. One of our bike deliveries will be there in an hour. So I know personal young ladies that I spoke to, and they jumped on it. And during COVID, that's the time they made a lot of money. And it's unfortunate that some of these other people, their businesses had to close. So I didn't want to take too much time. So that's for me as a woman who's trying to empower other women. I found that it might not be a strategy for everyone, but for me, especially coming from a country where there's a lot of young girls, this is the route I'm trying to take. I think it's after observing what's worked and what's not worked. I think this is the route I'm going to take. So I hope I've not spoken too little and I don't want to speak too much. I just hope I've provided the information I needed to in adequate time, and I'm open for questions.
Wow. I love it. Very direct, clear, clean, and concise. And what you've shared is that if we don't put something in place to sustain our businesses, when things happen, because life happens, then we're going to be knocked out of the playing field. One of my great friends, he wrote a book called basically talking about, let me say this. He basically talked about the fact that life is a spectator sport, and that's what he called his book. And he said we have to do business on the field. We can't do it from the sidelines. And he's a wonderful dear friend of mine, Mr. Charles Marcus, and he's spoken for many corporations all around the world. And you know what he told me is pervasive? Is that people do want to be successful. But what happens is sometimes we are trying to do business from the sideline and we're not on the field. And what you've shared is graduating us to say, hey, all right, you're on the sideline, let's get on the field. And when you get on the field, let me embody you with the things that you need so that you can stay on the field and play successfully. And so, wow, I was just super wowed by what you just shared. I definitely want to continue to connect. So, Dr. Florence, do you have anything to share? Because I'm going to keep mine short.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your story, your journey with
Wow.
us. It's been an amazing presentation, and we have learned a lot, and we hope that you have inspired also a lot. We need to hear from successful women so that others can be inspired and see that yes, they can also. Thank you so much for your availability, for your time, for everything. And you are invited also tomorrow to join us for the last day of the challenge. Thank you so much.
Yeah, awesome. Fantastic. So, Dr. Florence, we have been so richly blessed and endowed with everyone on the platform today. Just my socks have been knocked off. My sports jacket almost came off too. And again, I want to thank you, Dr. Florence, and our illustrious speakers, our supporters, our amazing tech team. Come on, let's hear for our tech team. Let's hear for our tech team. That's right. And all the speakers, let's hear for you. And let's hear it for Dr. Florence in Subway. And so, again, we thank each and every one of you. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. And to all of our viewers, we welcome you. Please be sure to share this broadcast, share it with someone you know, share it with someone you love and care about. And even if you don't know them, but they're a part of your social media, share it because sharing is caring. And so, with no further ado, Dr. Florence, I turn it over to you for the final words.
So it has been an amazing day. We have learned from all the presentation that was delivered from our distinguished speakers. And my heartfelt gratitude goes to all the speakers speakers who have been there for us and who have made them available to support the Foundation Lab. And I also thank all the participants who, despite the type time, also made their schedule to be able to join us. So tomorrow we have our last day for the summit. Please join us. We'll be happy to see you. We'll be happy to meet you there. And I'm wishing you a very good afternoon, evening, night, and see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone, and we thank you so much. On behalf of the Foundation Lab, Quebrando Africa, we thank you for being a part of our first annual Foundation Lab Summit hosted by Dr. Florence Nsabwe, Dr. Lotus Richey, and Dr. Ralph Steele. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow here for our final day of the summit with many more illustrious speakers that will help inspire and ignite you to move up a little higher to your next level of brilliance. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow and for all days to come. Like, share with someone you care. Tell your friends and your frenemies that the Foundation Lab, Burundi, South Africa, sends love, light, and thanks. Thank you for our sponsors, for all of our partnerships, for our supporters and viewers all over the world, and for those of you that are clicking on the replay. We appreciate and we thank you too. Foundation Lab First Annual Summit. It's that time to grab your ticket to this amazing social entrepreneurship for economic empowerment event. Our summit sponsors and summit organizers look forward to seeing you at the event on the 27th through the 29th of October 2021 on Zoom. Our summit is going to focus on powerful social entrepreneurship as economic development policies, along with a host of other topics that is sure to knock your socks off. Our host, Dr. Florence Nsabwe, Dr. Lotus Richey, and Dr. Ralph Steele are delighted to see you there. Grab your virtual ticket today.